Beautiful. What's up, y'all? What's up? All right, the title of today's discussion is The Eternal I Am, resting in what was always true. Right? The eternal I am, resting in what was always true. So we're going to continue talking about getting the life that you deserve, the life of your dreams. Because you are source, because you are I am. Because I am is you, because you are pure awareness. You are the identity of God. What this means is you deserve the life of your dreams. So let's talk about how to get it, okay? Cool. You keep worrying that your breakthrough depends on how well you perform. And let's talk about performing in whatever sense, right? Performing can be affirmations. Performing can be walking around controlling your emotions. Performing can be visualizing. Performing can be state akin to sleep. Performing can be how do I react to these situations? Performing, striving, trying, working. You keep worrying that your breakthrough depends on how well you perform, as though the future of your destiny hangs by a thread. But God's word over you is not fragile. It is eternal. His promises are not tied to your perfection, but to his perfection, right? Remember, when we're talking about source, I'm talking about I am, your I am awareness. I'm talking about a being in the sky looking down on you. I am talking about your I am awareness, who you really are, your core, your true self, okay? What he spoke cannot be undone, and what he planned cannot be overturned. You are not walking on the edge of failure. You are walking in the safety of a promise that was secured before you even began. This really goes back to what we've been talking about, Romans 11:29 a lot. For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. We even looked up the word irrevocable. Cannot be reversed. It is absolutely final. Go on and tell us about it, Ty. I want to hear about it. Go on and tell us about it, Ty. You can join and tell it. You can type and tell it. I want to hear the story. Faith does not mean trying to convince God to do something. What's up, Miss Shelley? Faith does not mean trying to convince God to do something. It means realizing he already has, right? Remember, you're not on this journey trying to be something, trying to do something to get, making it conditional. You are simply what? Remembering it's already done. It's a constant journey of remembering. It's already done. It's already mine. It's already promised. It's irrevocable. The moment I had the desire, the promise was made. And the promise is absolutely irrevocable. It cannot be taken back. It's final. Argue with your mama. Don't argue. Do not sit there and argue for your limitations. Okay? It's irrevocable. The moment I have the desire, it's done. So now I go through life and my only job is to remind myself it's already done. What if I quote unquote perceive delay? Doesn't matter, it's already done. No movement just means it's already done. It's even closer. I don't see anything moving. That means it's all the movement is done. It's closer. What story are you attaching to whatever you see? Okay. What if I have the feeling of doubt? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The ego can doubt, but the promise is already made. Too bad. I can doubt all I want, but the promise is already made. Huh? Faith does not mean trying to convince God to do something. It means realizing he already has. The word was settled long before the evidence appeared. Your role is not to manipulate outcomes, but to align with the truth that heaven's yes has already been spoken. Beautiful. You are not striving for approval. You are living from a decree that cannot be shaken. All right, so the next part, before we really dive into this, I've got a letter. Okay, this is a letter to you from I am, from your I am awareness to you, to remind you that you are not trying to be something you already are. All right, so sit back, hear this, listen to it, know it. It's already done. It's already you. All right? Dear beloved, why do you keep straining to become what you already are? Every breath in your lungs is proof that you were born complete. The world has taught you to chase identity, but heaven whispers, remember. You are not clay still waiting for shape. You are not some lowly being still trying to become worthy, trying to become love. You are the image of the eternal. already formed, already enough. The ground beneath you is holy because you walk upon it. And the light within you is sacred because it comes from me. Lay down the heavy armor of striving. I remember, my yoke is easy. Lay down the heavy armor of striving, trying to protect your ego. There is nothing left to prove. There is no standard left to meet. The I am within you is not waiting for your arrival. He is resting, unbothered, already whole, and so are you. Sink into this stillness. Rest into the knowing. You do not have to grip so tightly at life. Life is already holding you. Trust that what was spoken over you will never return empty. Trust that who you are is not a question. It is an eternal decree. Rest. Rest in me. Rest in yourself. Rest in the truth that I am. Therefore you are. Do you hear that? Rest in the truth that I am, therefore you are. You are source, therefore you are. Okay, when we say I am is you. God is you. You are the identity of the divinity. God is pure spirit. Pure spirit. You are the intersection between divinity and identity. You are absolute perfection. Okay? Rest in that. Rest in that knowing. You don't have to hold on to anything. Reality is holding on to you. You don't have to try to be anything. I am, therefore you are. Beautiful. Okay? So next up, living from the promise that cannot be revoked. We're going to talk about two different verses. Okay? Number one. This is 2 Corinthians 1:20. Okay? 2 Corinthians 1:20. Write it down, note it, remember it. Let's talk about it. Okay? For no matter how many promises God has made, they are yes in Christ. Okay? For no matter how many promises God has made, they are yes in Christ. Now remember, we talk about this metaphysically. Okay, hear me out. You can look at the text as very historical. That's fine. But I'm not talking about it from that perspective, okay? What does Christ represent? Okay? We talk about Christ metaphysically, Jesus, Yeshua, whatever you want to call him. This represents your I am awareness. Okay? Christ represents, in Scripture, the only Son of God. The only begotten Son of God. Okay? Hear that. What is the first declaration of reality? Okay? In the beginning was the Word. Okay? In the beginning was the Word. So the first thing of reality, the first begotten Son, the first thing of reality was the Word. In the beginning was the Word. This is it. Okay? The Word is God. The Word was God. The Word is with God. So I am. What you are, this is within you. You represent your I am awareness, right? The metaphysical meaning of Christ is this is the first identity, the first perspective, this is all source, purely I am. Okay? This is why when God showed up to Moses, and Moses said, what should I call you? He said, I am that I am. Just I am. Whatever you say I am. I am what I am. I am that I am. Okay? This goes back to you. What are you? Who are you truly? When you look at your hand, who is the one observing your hand? Okay? If you take away your memories of your best friend, of your SP, of your mother, right now you have no more memories of them. Who are they to you? They don't exist, right? What makes them story? Or what makes them special? It's the story that you tell about them. You breathe life into them with your word, right? In the beginning was the Word. The Word was God. The Word was with God. Everything that you see is meaningless. Circumstances don't matter. Your mother doesn't matter. Your SP doesn't matter. Not in this cold-hearted way. But what I'm saying is they don't mean anything until your word gives them meaning. People are only special as the story you tell about them. They're only as beautiful as the story you tell about them. It is you giving everything meaning in your life. Okay? So let's go back to that from that perspective. Christ, this is I am. Your I am awareness is Christ. Christ is a consciousness. The first begotten Son of God. It's the first identity of reality. It's I am. It's the first. When we talk about the first begotten Son, it is the first and greatest law of reality. The only law that you have to care about is I am. All the other laws are what? They are divisions. They're underneath this one law, I am. God is everything. And every time I say I am simply organizing God in my life. I'm creating law in my life. Okay? So here we go. 2 Corinthians 1:20. 2 Corinthians 1:20. For no matter how many promises God has made, they are yes in Christ, in your I am awareness, in I am. I am only says yes. Okay? Let's talk about this. This verse is the thunderclap of certainty echoing through every promise of God. It declares that there is no hesitation, no maybe, no conditions left dangling in the air. Okay? Every promise finds its fulfillment in Christ, your I am awareness, in I am. Okay? Christ represents your I am awareness. This doesn't mean in Jesus' name I pray, amen. Okay? Christ represents your I am awareness. When scripture says, whatsoever you ask the Father, what is the Father? What is God? What is the Spirit of God? Spirit of God is everything, right? It's everything. You are the Spirit of God. Reality is the Spirit of God. So whatsoever I tell reality to do in my name, in the name of your I am awareness, whatever I declare myself to be, reality must follow. Do you hear me? Do you hear what I'm saying? Okay, this is the metaphysical meaning of even that saying. It does not mean whatever you ask and say in Jesus' name at the end will be given to you. We know that's not true. Whatsoever you tell reality to do by saying you are this person and you commit to being that, reality has to comply because this is universal law. And the scripture, the verse is 2 Corinthians 1:20. 2 Corinthians 1:20. Okay? Cool. Every promise finds its fulfillment in Christ. The word yes is heaven's eternal signature. The divine seal that was spoken will not be withdrawn. Remember, for the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. They cannot be withdrawn, cannot be reversed, can't be taken away. It's final. The promise, right? When I have the desire is the fulfillment. The desire is the Spirit of God wanting to experience something through the identity of me, because you are the identity of God. So we say God wants to experience it through you. God wants to remind you of who you really are. God wants to experience this through the identity of you. Boom. Do most of your desires, most of your thoughts even come from you? No, they don't. Some of them come out of nowhere. They come out of the ether, the cosmos. They come from source. Who are you to deny what source is calling you to be? Okay? Hear that. The word yes is heaven's eternal signature. Source always says yes. Heaven always says yes. This is law. This is law. You read in scripture, whatsoever you ask in the Father's name, whatsoever you ask the Father in my name will be given to you. Not some of the things. Not, if they're righteous desires and good for the word. That's how people want to dilute the word. And they say, but Alex, you're taking it out of context. No, I'm not. Whatsoever you ask in the Father's name, whatsoever you ask the Father in my name will be given to you. It means whatever, right? It's not conditional. It is not conditional. Okay? Boom. The word yes is heaven's eternal signature. The divine seal that was spoken will not be withdrawn. In Christ, your I am awareness, God has already answered the questions we keep asking. The questions we keep asking. Am I loved? Am I chosen? Am I provided for? Am I redeemed? The answer to them is all the same. It's yes. Okay, it's yes. For your life, this means you no longer have to live in the torment of uncertainty. The promises are not pending approvals, waiting for you to prove yourself. They are anchored in Christ. What's beautiful about this is all the answers to all your questions are in every paragraph we discuss. You are not separate from your desire. You are already right now, because you are source, you are already right now the person you want to be. You're already the person that's committed to. You're already the person that has the money. You're already the person in perfect alignment right now. Why? Because you are God. How could you be anything less? And from that knowing, you no longer have to try. You simply have to remind yourself of who you are. You trying to be this person. You trying to get them to commit. You trying to get them to become the person that is committed to you is you saying that you're not that person right now. How can you try to be what you already are? This is why Psalm 46:10 says what? Be still and know that I am God. It doesn't say work harder and become so I can be God in your life. Be still and know that I am God. So this is the masterclass. This is the guide to getting what you want. You want to know how to get exactly what you want? Let's break this down in plain old English. Step one. Know who you are. Okay? I am source. I am God. Let's even go beyond that, because you don't even have to know that you're source. You don't have to know that you're God. This is what you have to know. Know that right now, because there are infinite versions of you within you. The version of you that's rich, the version of you that's poor, the version of you that's past, the version of you that's still here. Every single version of you exists within you right now. No exception. No arguing. Just accept this. It's the life that you want. Just accept this. All right? Every version of you is within you right now. Therefore, you're absolutely perfect. Okay? You're absolutely perfect. Okay? Even that person that you're telling me to pray for because they are this person, they are absolutely perfect. Now, from the knowing that I am perfect, if I'm perfect, what do I want? You want money? You want that person to commit to you? You want them to fall in love with you, right? Okay, cool. You are that person right now. Right? So the moment that you had that desire and you accept it, I am it. The moment you say it is me, you have become that person. Okay? You have become that person. It's done. The promise is made right there. Now your only job is to walk through life in what? Whenever you doubt, remind yourself of the truth. I'm already that person. It is done. My doubt has no power. Feeling has no power. I already know. I accept it. What if I don't feel worthy? Doesn't matter. I still accept it. I am everything I desire to be right now. It's done. What if I feel really good about it? Okay, I'm everything I desire to be right now. It's done. What if I feel really good today and I don't feel good tomorrow? I'm still just as much that person right now. It is done. This is not a journey of doing. What do I have to do is always the wrong question. Because doing implies I'm not it. Oh, maybe I have to affirm more. Well, what you're really saying is I'm not the person right now that I need to be. I have to affirm more to get it. I don't know, maybe I'm not, maybe. Remember, your hesitation is a choice. You saying maybe I'm not affirming right. Maybe I'm not visualizing right. I just don't know what I want. Reality says, okay. Reality is you, right? It's a mirror. It's a reflection of you. So reality says, if you don't know what you want, we're going to continue to give you a reality that looks like you don't know what the hell you want. It's always a choice. You deciding it's not working is a choice. You deciding, I don't know if it's working or not, is a choice. Reality gives you confusion. When do you know it's working? When you make the choice that it is no matter what. That's when reality moves. Until then, you're going to get wishy-washy. This is how divine you are. There is no such thing as lack. Okay, listen to this. This is, hold yourself when I say this, okay? Hold hands, hold yourself when I say this. There is no such thing as lack. There is only all that there is. And all that there is spirit, and spirit is pure love, pure prosperity. That's it. But guess what? This is how much of God you are. You are so in alignment with source. You are so powerful. You're not just so powerful, you're all powerful. Because you are all powerful, you can create the illusion of lack. Do you hear that, right? There's no lack. There's only all that there is. Where one piece of God is, all of God is there. So all of God is within you, the same way all of God is within that billionaire you see. The only thing that's keeping you from lack is you're so powerful that you can create the illusion of it and you can experience that in life. This is how powerful you are, and this is how supported you are. Is that if you sit around and pretend you're in lack, guess what? Reality says yes. If you want to sit around and say, how do I get this person to love me? Well, just me saying that, how do I get this person to love me, is me saying I'm not the person that is loved, right? And so reality says, okay, cool. If you don't want to be it, then we won't give it to you. You can only receive what you have. I know y'all hear me. I know there's some light bulbs going on right now. I can feel them. I feel a couple light bulbs dinging right now. You are so powerful, you can even create the illusion of lack, but there is no lack. Remember, you don't have to fight off the dark to get to the light. You just open up your eyes and realize, oh, the sun has been here the whole time. You don't fight away the lack to get to prosperity. You fighting away lack is you agreeing that you are lack. Why would you fight it away if you weren't lack? You don't swat away the bee unless you feel threatened. Why are you swatting away the lack? Why are you saying, oh man, because they're reacting like this, I must be doing something wrong? Reality says, okay, cool. If you are the person who believes, who's embodying someone right now who thinks they're doing it wrong, reality says, okay, cool. We'll continue to give you situations that make it look like you're doing something wrong. The only antidote for the suffering, for the lack that you perceive yourself to be experiencing is your choice. You make a choice that I am absolutely perfect right now. Right? This is the quote by Neville Goddard. You are already everything that you desire to be. You are already the person you desire to be. The only reason you do not see it in your life is you refuse to believe it. You refuse to believe it. You're on the hamster wheel of becoming. You still think more affirmations will get me there. The next YouTube coach I hear will get me there. The next book I read, that'll surely get me there. Let me rush home and make sure I get to sleep and visualize. That'll get me there. Whole time you're visualizing yourself trying to get something. So what are you doing? You're creating more realities where you're just trying to get something. Stop trying. Stop striving. And just know that you are already it right now. Right? This is that Matrix scene where Morpheus, representing your higher self, is talking to Neo. Right? You're faster than this. Don't try to be no, right? Don't try no. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Stop trying to be worthy and just be worthy. Me trying to be worthy is what? It's me saying that, guess what? I'm not worthy. It's me saying that I'm not worthy. Me trying to be loved. Oh, I have to be loved by doing my nails and taking a bubble bath and washing myself in the blood of a warm lamb. That will make me love. That is simply what? That's me affirming I am not love. You just are love because you are. You are prosperity because you are. And until you accept who you are, you will be on that hamster wheel and you will be wondering why this technique doesn't work. Why visualizing doesn't work. Well, I've been trying to do this, Alex, for 9 years. For 3 months and nothing has changed. Well, nothing has changed. Because what are you saying? You're saying, I've been doing everything for X amount of time and nothing has changed. Reality says, okay, cool, perfect. That's who you're being right now. But the moment you take your need, your hunger, your fiending, right? Some of y'all was just itching for a little external validation. Just give me a little hint of that external validation and then I'll be okay. The moment you stop looking for external validation and you decide I am that person, the moment y'all start making choices and stop giving me excuses. The only thing, this is the incredible thing, right? The only thing keeping you from the life you deserve the life you fiend for, the life you want is a choice. Is you making a choice that you're already that person right now, no matter what? I'm not talking about make that choice for 27 hours and then tell me how it's so difficult because I just feel this way. Well, the external reality just won't show me something. I need it to show me something. Guys, that is the very thing keeping you from what you want. This need for something out there to show you what you already are. Because in the process of needing something out there to change, in the whole time where you're sitting bitching and moaning and arguing about why this person did you wrong, about why this isn't showing up, the whole time you're doing that, you're just affirming that you're not the person you want to be. That's it. You have to make a choice. You have to make a choice. You are already that person that you want to be. That's it. Okay? That's it. Next verse. Isaiah 55:11. Remember, you don't have to believe in God to get what you want. I am. God is above your belief in him or it or her, whatever the hell you want to call it. The spirit of the divine. I am is above your belief. It is above your faith. It does not need your faith in it. It does not need your love. This is infinite love, all love, whatever you want to call it. It does not need your love. It does not need your gratitude. It is above your anger at it. Spirit of God just is. It simply needs your commitment to who you say you are. That's it. This is the story of Job. We broke down the story of Job yesterday, right? In the beginning, Job was what? A righteous and upright man. Right? He feared God and shunned evil. He believed in God and shunned evil. He believed that because he what? Praised God, he got shit. That's what a lot of people think. Oh, if I praise God, I'll get it. There's a whole bunch of people in church right now just high off of hope. High off of hope. God does not need your belief in him. This is the lie that we've been sold. I am just is. I am just is. I am simply carries out what you declare yourself to be. You don't have to have faith in God to get the life that you want. We see this all the time. Look out in reality. Is everybody walking around that's doing well? Hey, yeah, we all believe in God together. There's a study that came out and everybody that believed in God has become financially free. Finally, in the year 2025, right? No, hell no, this didn't happen. The people that know themselves, the people that believe in themselves, the people that commit to who they are, they make the decision, right? You can hear an entrepreneur, they'll never talk about God. They might come on the podcast and say, look, I knew I was that person before y'all told me. I knew I was that guy. I knew who the fuck I was before anybody showed up. When everybody doubted, I knew. What are they really saying? The circumstances didn't matter. I just decided that I was it. I made a choice. And then reality showed up for me. Do you hear this? You can learn how to manifest from anybody. Anybody. Well, it was just hard work. And there were days that I had to sleep on the couch and the external circumstances didn't show me shit. But I kept going because I knew that one day it would happen. This is manifestation. This is a metaphysical masterclass. Go read a book about somebody that you admire that has a lot of money. One of them billionaires, and see what they went through. You know, I started this business and went bankrupt. Started another business. That person stole it from me, ran off. They made $1 million. Then I got married, went through a divorce, started a business with her, lost it. Then I kept going, founded another business, lost it. But this whole time I knew. And then I discovered Apple. Perseverance, persistence. Sometimes for years, not for a day or two or three. Then all of a sudden you're complaining and moaning why is the external reality doing this? Because you're crying and complaining about it. Because you won't make the choice. Therefore, it just gives you confusion because that's who you're being. Reality just is you. It's more profound than as within, so without. As within, so without is not enough. When we see as within, so without, we think we have to dig within ourselves to find something new. You go from searching for something out there in the sky to fall down and slap you across the head and say you're finally saved, to digging within yourself to find something in some place that's deep down. No, As within, so without simply means God is within you, so you are God. Boom. What you accept to be true about yourself, not what you try to make true about yourself, what you accept to be true about yourself, this is what reality is going to show you. It's that simple. I know sometimes it seems a little too simple. You mean I just have to right now stop trying to be the person that I want to be? Stop thinking that I have to heal myself to get worthy, and I can just decide right now that I'm everything I desire to be, and I'll be it? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That is the blueprint. You mean I don't even have to believe in God to get it? Yes. I am just is. That is one of the biggest traps, is thinking that I have to praise God to get something. Like God is some vending machine. Oh, let me put enough affirmation quarters in the vending machine and God will give me a blessing. That's not how it works. Even scripture says what? God will not be mocked. You can't get what you're not conscious of being, y'all. And the moment you stop trying to be it and you accept that you are it, boom, magic, game changes. You have two paths in life. You have the beautiful path of getting everything that you want. Everything that you want is on this beautiful path. But what does it require? It requires you to drop your excuses. It requires you to make a choice of who you are. It requires you to commit to it before that SP will commit to you. Guess what? You have to commit to being the version of you that has them drooling over you and licking their lips every time they see you. You have to commit to that version. You have to decide. Exactly. Here we go. Awareness, decide. You're all just taking the words out my mouth, right? You have to decide you're already that person. Not, hear me, not try to be that person. Not strive to embody that person. You have to decide that right now, your divine ass is already that person because you're source and you can be whatever you want. You just have to decide that what if I don't feel like it though? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but my feelings don't matter. Even you, hear this, listen to this gem I'm about to drop, okay? Even you saying, hear the words, even you saying that your feelings take you out of alignment is what? It's your words saying that your feelings take you out of alignment. Your feelings don't take you out of alignment. You saying that they take you out of alignment does. You could never not be in alignment. You have to be in alignment to create a reality where you're not in alignment. You have to be so much God that you can decide, I don't want to experience what I want and go down that path. You could only create the reality of not having, because source is just everything. You could only create the reality of not having if you were so in alignment with source that you had the free will and the power to do that. You're always in alignment. You can manifest a scar away. You can manifest different weight without changing your diet. You can manifest clearer skin. You can manifest larger body parts if you know what I'm talking about. You can manifest, ladies, you can manifest being thicker. Gentlemen, you can manifest being longer. There is no limit except for your imagination. That's it. When you decide that you are not in alignment, when you went through those periods where all of a sudden you started to buy into the illusion and say, you know what, I'm not in alignment. Who decided that? Who decided that? Who was the one who said, you know what, I'm not in alignment? Who decided that? You did. You are the one who said, I guess I'm not in alignment because my feelings. In the beginning was the word. That's it. In the beginning was the word. The word is reality. So you even saying, I'm not in alignment because of my feelings, that is your word saying it. That's just you saying it. That is just you saying it. Okay, cool. All right, so next verse that we're going to talk about, right, was Isaiah 55:11. Isaiah 55:11. So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire. It's amazing, right? Once I stopped trying to read this scripture like it was some kind of historical text, just debating everybody on his story, and I actually started to looking at it from the perspective of, oh shit, this is metaphysical. Life just changed overnight, okay? So is my word that goes out from my mouth. I don't care if you've been crashing out for the last 5-10 minutes. I don't care if you've been crashing out for the last 5-10 days. I don't care if you've been crashing out for the last 5-10 years. The only thing that matters is right now. Right now, you're that person. And because you're that person right now, guess what? The past and the future both change. Get over it. Accept it. Accept that right now you're perfect. The past and the future are erased by who you are right now. Accept it. This is a journey of getting over yourself. You can make a choice. Dwell in the past, oh, I crashed out, so it's over. Or dwell in the knowing of how perfect you are right now. I am perfect right now. I am that I am right now, no matter what. The past doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. It's only a thought. Even when y'all talk about your SPs and you come to me like, oh, but he's been doing this or she's been doing that. I'm like, what are you talking about? How can she be doing that? No. They've always loved you. They've always been chasing you. They've always been stalking you down. Why? Because you've chosen that identity right now. It's not about, you don't have to pull this past that you think is real into the present. A lot of us think we're telling it how it is. No, I'm just telling it how it is, bro. You don't understand. This is how she did me. I don't give a damn how she did me. What she did you, what you're actually saying is this is who I am right now. I identify as a victim right now. And I'm going to bring all of these things from my past into the present to prove it to you and to just verify it to myself. She never betrayed you. He never betrayed you. She never cheated on you. He never cheated on you. Why? Because you identify with that right now. There's only right now. I tell y'all all the time, right? The moment that a client that I had decided, you know what? It was like a light bulb moment. I've never been unloved. I was just basing my love on something temporary. The external reality was just temporary. I was trying to base my love on the external validation, but I've always been loved and supported so much that I even got what I was fiending for in external reality. I was fiending for somebody out there to prove to me I was loved. And since I was looking for it out there, the reality mirror could only give me what? More situations to make me fiend for it and look for it out there. I've always been loved and supported. And the moment that he came into that knowing, guess what happened? 2 days later, I get a long ass email. Alex, you're not going to believe what happened. All these people are coming back into my life. All these men are apologizing, confessing their love for me. Why not? Right? These are my thoughts. These are absolutely my thoughts. But this document, right? I wrote this document. It's on YouTube. You can have it. Don't discredit me, right? Don't discredit me. It must be your first time here. We do this every day, okay? But the moment that you decide right now that you are that person, guess what? The past and the future changes to match who you are right now. All that matters is right now. Right now, okay? So Isaiah 55:11, so is my word that goes out from my mouth. I do like that though. All right, sometimes y'all are like, damn, what are you reading, bro? I know I'm cold like that. I want it to click for you. I want it to click for you. All right? Take that as a compliment. All right? This verse reveals the unstoppable nature of God's word. Okay? When we talk about God, we're talking about awareness. We're talking about you. We're talking about I am. Okay? So when I say when he speaks, what am I saying? Okay? When God speaks, what am I saying? Because God always says yes to you. So whenever you decide that you are something, reality says it too. Reality gives it back to you. God says yes. All right? So when he speaks, creation responds. His word is not fragile, breath drifting into the void. It is seed, power, decree. Whatever I say I am, That is law. One way that we speak of things is we say, you know what I'm saying? Your words create reality. All right? I'm going to say this to trigger y'all. Okay? To really scale y'all into who you are. Okay? Because on one hand, we say your words create reality. Then on the other hand, we'll take a step forward and we'll say, okay, your words command the universe. You are commanding the universe with your words. Let's go a step further. Okay? Hear what I'm about to say. Okay? And the next step will say your words actually command God. Because you are the identity of the Spirit of God. God is not some being in the sky. Okay? God is pure spirit. God is everything. God is reality, right? God is this microphone, this phone. God is you. God is your specific person. God is every version of them. So you speaking is what? It's you commanding God. Right? Because reality is done. Creation is done. It's finished. Your word allows you to choose which reality to experience next. Okay? Next. It cannot return empty, your word, because it carries within it the authority to manifest what you desire. Your word. Just as rain waters the earth and guarantees a harvest, so his word waters reality until it bears fruit. Every promise spoken carries its own fulfillment because it does not depend on human effort. Misspelled that. Does not depend on human effort. It depends on divine power. Your effortless is meaningless. God doesn't need your effort. I am does not need your effort. I am just needs your commitment to the story. Your effort does not move I am. When we talk about faith without works is dead, what is the works? It's all here. The works, right? The works is you accepting that I am that person. I am it. No matter what reality says, I am it. I'm already that person, okay? Every promise spoken carries its own fulfillment because it does not depend on human effort. It depends on divine power. Absolutely beautiful, okay? So for this, for you, this is assurance that nothing God has declared over your life will fail. Even when circumstances seem barren, his word is already at work beneath the surface, preparing the harvest. You are not waiting on possibility. You are living inside inevitability. God's word is not a question mark. It is an exclamation. Already sent, already alive, and already destined to accomplish its purpose. To believe this is to rest, knowing that the word sent over you cannot return until it has delivered what heaven intended. I'm going to say that one more time. To believe this is to rest, knowing that the word sent over you cannot return until it has delivered what heaven intended. Okay, this is the meaning of that verse, Isaiah 55:11. So is my word that goes from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire. Talking about the word as the creative power. It will accomplish what I desire. Remember, when we talk about will in terms of scripture, okay, the word will is not talking about will in the future. It will one day. This is a statement of ownership. Will is a statement of ownership. It will because I am it. I have it. Okay? It's a statement of absolute ownership. So next part. God's yes cannot be overturned. We talked about this already, right? I think it was Romans 11:29. Right? For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. We looked up the word irrevocable. We studied it on a dictionary. Cannot be taken back, cannot be reversed. It is finished. It is final. That is law. Right? We talked about the difference between a what? Promise and a covenant. Covenant is unbreakable. Right? The decision, when you decide that you are something, that covenant between you and source, between you and I am is permanent. It's done. It's irrevocable. Okay? It's irrevocable. What does that mean? That means even when you walk through in doubt, you can rest on the knowing that it's done. It's already promised. I already have it. Okay? Next verse. Isaiah 46:11. What I have said, that I will bring about. What I have planned, that I will do. Cooking, right? They started cooking in Isaiah. What I have said, that I will bring about. what I have planned, that I will do. When God says yes, it is eternal. No circumstance, no delay, no human resistance can rewrite his word. The yes is not pending, it is permanent. I know. Okay? This verse is God's declaration of absolute sovereignty over his promises. Unlike human speech, which can falter or fail. This is why it's so dangerous to give God these human attributes. So Joe is God. He'll only give it to you if it's a righteous desire, right? These are all human perspectives. God is pure spirit. This is all that there is. Right? His word carries within it the guarantee of fulfillment. This is why when I say the desire is the fulfillment, this is what I mean. The moment you have the desire, it's fulfilled, it's done. That is the promise. That is God desiring to experience it through the identity of you. You can rest in that knowing. You can be still and know that I am God. You can take that very literally. Be still and know that you are God. This is what we were talking about before when it said, I am, so you are. The I am animates you, so you are. I am that I am, so you are whatever you say you are. Okay? Cool. So unlike human speech, which can falter or fail, his word carries with it the guarantee of fulfillment. What I have said, that I will bring about. It's not a statement of probability. Okay, this isn't some mathematical equation. 85% chance. This is a statement of certainty. Every plan of God is backed by his own nature. His own nature is fulfillment. The nature of I am is fulfillment. It's all that there is. It is fulfillment. It is absolute perfection. You can rest in this knowing. You can be still and know that I am God. You can be still and know that I am, no matter what. Every plan of God is backed by his own nature. It is unchanging. It is unshakable. It is eternal. He does not draft possibilities. He authors inevitabilities. What he speaks is already on its way into form. For no force in heaven or earth can resist his decree. What is his decree? Because even Job 22:28 says, what? Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. God's decree is your decree. You are the decree of God. You are the authority of God. You are the identity. You are the dwelling place. You are the authority of the Most High. This is how powerful you are. You're not just powerful, you're all powerful. Whether you want to be or not. Isn't that beautiful? I know it is. Okay, next part. For your life, this means that the vision God placed within you is not wishful thinking. It is divine intention. What he has planned is not fragile, waiting for perfect conditions, but secured by his power and timing. You are not striving to make it happen. You are aligning with the one who already said, I will do it. How do you align with the one that already said, I will do it? How do you align? If you're aligning with the one who already said, I will do it, because the moment you had the desire, that was the fulfillment, then you aligning with it is what? Remembering it's done and saying it's already done. It's already mine. This is aligning with the one who already said, I would do it. I love when we have these full circle moments. I love it. I absolutely love when we have these full circle moments. What does it mean, Alex, to align? This is why, if you stick around a while, right? You get past the dopamine need, you stick around a while, right? You're going to change your reality here. It's an absolute fact, okay? How do I align with the one who already said, I will do it? By reminding myself I already have it. This is not a journey of becoming. You're not becoming anything. You already are it. You're remembering that it's already done. That is how you align. Because let's really break this down practically. The desire is the fulfillment. The moment I have the desire, that is the fulfillment. That is source saying through me, hey Alex, I want to experience this through the identity of you. I say yes. That's the fulfillment. Really, the desire is the fulfillment, because that's the promise of God. It's already fulfilled before I even, and here's the thing, even when you create a desire yourself, okay, you believe you're asking, but really your asking is source saying yes. The desire, the fulfillment, simultaneously, happen at the same time, and it's done. So at that moment of fulfillment, Source already says, it's yours. Now my only job is to align with Source. I have to align with I Am. And I Am already said it was done, already gave me the fulfillment. So my aligning is reminding myself that it is done. These are bars right here. Hope y'all screen record this. You know what I'm saying? Play this over and over till you go to sleep. When you wake up, remind yourself of this. You're not becoming, you already are. You're remembering what you've always been. Okay? This verse is the anchor against fear and doubt. The plan is not yours to invent. You're not inventing shit. You're not creating anything. You are just aligning with it's already done. Because it's already done. You're not creating it by affirming more and visualizing more. It's already done. You're aligning with the one who said it's already done. Okay? And when God himself is both the author and the finisher, the outcome is inevitable. All right. So this verse is the anchor against fear and doubt. The plan is not yours to invent, but his to perform. And when God himself is both the author and the finisher, the outcome is inevitable. Be still and know that I am God. Right? All of this is divine remembrance. What's up, my brother? What's up, my brother? This is divine remembrance. Okay. So number 2. No, we did all that. This is just number 2. The promise was spoken before the problem. Before the doubt, the promise was given. If the moment that I have the desire, that is the fulfillment and that's the promise, then even when I walk through life and I have the doubt, I can remind myself the promise is already given. It's done. Why am I arguing? Why am I wrestling with my feelings and emotions and circumstances when they're always changing anyway? It doesn't matter what I feel. It doesn't matter what the circumstances look like. The promise is done. Why would I sit around and wrestle and argue with these feelings and emotions and circumstances that always change? Why? Why don't I just rest in the knowing that it's already done? Be still and know that I am God. Stop striving. Stop trying to suppress your emotions. Stop trying to believe that you have to have perfect emotions to get what you want. Nobody can, right? This is why, from a human perspective, who is perfect? From a human perspective, who? Nobody. Everybody looks in the mirror and says, you know what I'm saying? The abs could be a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? The beard could be a little bit fuller. Everybody from a human perspective, but that's fine. Because your human perspective, your ego's not creating shit. It's I am. The promise was already made between you and I am. You don't have to drag your ego, to wrestle your ego into submission to have the perfect life. You deserve the perfect life just because you exist. Accept it. Accept who you are. You are source. You are perfect. Therefore, you deserve perfection in your life. That's it. You do not have to struggle and fight the ego to get on board. Remember, I am God's source. Your I am awareness is above your faith in it. Hear that, okay? I am is above your faith in it. I am is above your gratitude. I am is above your ego surrendering. I am only needs one thing: for you to align with the promise, for you to commit to you are already the person that has it. That's it. Your faith in God or your anger at God do not move I am. I am just is. Really, Alex? What about my gratitude? I am is pure love. It's infinite love. It doesn't need your love. It doesn't need any more. It does not need any more. Okay? It just is. It unconditionally supports you based on what you say you are. Beautiful. Okay? Beautiful. All right? The promise was spoken before the problem. every obstacle you face, okay, every obstacle you face is younger than the promise, right? The word was spoken first and the problem only appeared later, right? Which means the problem can never erase the promise. It can only serve as the stage for its fulfillment. Right? Cool. Number 3, faith is the amen to God's yes. You don't make the promise true by believing it. Hear what I'm saying. You don't make the promise true by believing it. What do you mean, Alex? Don't I have to believe? Blessed is he who believes before he sees. I don't want you to assign belief with feelings. You don't have to have perfect feelings to get perfect results. What is belief? What is faith? What is conviction? It is your ability to tell the same story. No matter what you feel, to say, it's already mine. No matter what the circumstance looks like, it is already mine. Okay? So this is intentional. You don't make the promise true by believing it. By feeling. By feeling, I have to feel this way. Remember, even Neville, right, when he said feeling is a secret, he said, when I speak of feelings, I do not speak of emotion, but the acceptance of the fact that you are already that which you desire to be. Okay, so this, when we talk about the feeling of the wish fulfilled, this is the feeling of the wish fulfilled. The feeling of the wish fulfilled. Okay, it is, I accept that right now, no matter what, I'm already the person in perfect alignment with what I want. I am worthy because I am source. Doesn't matter if I feel worthy. Doesn't matter if I don't feel worthy. I am worthy. I am pure love. I am God. I am all that there is. I am everything I desire to be right now simply because I can breathe. Simply because I can blink. Simply because I am. That's it. Okay? Simply because I am. Right? Faith is simply your amen to heaven's eternal yes. Right? Oh, my bad. Let me redo that. You don't make the promise true by believing it. You agree with the truth that is already alive. You agree with the truth that it's already done. Faith is simply your amen to heaven's eternal yes. Doubt does not cancel God's word. It only delays your agreement with it. Hear that. Because the promise is irrevocable. You sitting around and honoring your doubt. Remember, when I'm talking about doubt and you think about feelings, you're off. Okay? You're off. You can feel whatever. You can feel doubts. But do you honor the story of doubt by saying, because I doubt, I must not be in alignment anymore? Remember, you're so in alignment, you're so much God, that even if you tell that story, you can live that reality. Right? Which is absolutely beautiful, right? Absolutely beautiful. But when you relax and know the truth of who you are, I am source, I am always in alignment. Therefore, why would I use anything temporary to confirm who I am? Anything that changes cannot define you who are eternal. Okay, you are the sky, your emotions, the circumstances are the weather. Because it rains, you don't call the sky rain. You say it's raining, but you know the rain will pass. The sky is always there. The rain comes and goes. The tornadoes, the hurricanes, the snow, right? Whether you believe they put weather machines up there or not, right? All of that just simply passes. Right? Just simply passes. All right. Number 4, no weapon can rewrite the decree. No weapon can rewrite the decree. And then we did a whole talk on the Adam and Eve. So you ask 10 different people, you can get 10 different perspectives. But I actually did a discussion. We talked about 8 different metaphysical meanings of the Adam and Eve story. It's a story of the conscious and the subconscious. It's a story of masculine and feminine energy, right? It's a story of enlightenment. The eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil is a biting and becoming. It's a falling into duality. It's a story of childbirth as well, right? Getting kicked out of the garden, representing your descending from spirit into matter, being wrapped in flesh and bone and blood, right? What is duality? Adam being able to choose the animals, name them. Is you walking around, because Adam is the conscious mind, you walking around and saying, this is good, this is bad. God doesn't identify with good and bad. God just is. God sees the wholeness of everything. Right? So it can mean a whole bunch of different things. When we get stuck in like that physical meaning of things, we lose. It would be like somebody telling you a story of the tortoise and the hare, and you being like, oh yeah. And the deepest meaning that you get from it is don't fall asleep in the race. You're like, hold up. You don't like it talks about patience. It talks about overestimating your opponent. It talks about the nature of the race in general, the stamina of the race, right? Not stopping until you finish all of these different things. But if we just look at all these stories from a base level, we're going to get stuck. Right? You're going to get stuck. Cool. So number 4, no weapon can rewrite the decree. Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay? Weapons may form, storms may rise, but they cannot rewrite what has been decreed. The word was sealed before the attack began. Remember, even when we talked about it before, we said doubt does not cancel God's word. It only delays your agreement with it. Think about the story of Peter, right? So Jesus represents your I am awareness. So Peter was walking on water when he had his eyes on the I am awareness. What does the walking on water represent? What does the water represent? It could represent the external circumstances, not looking good or looking good. It represents everything, your feelings, your emotions, the external circumstances, what people say. You're able to walk on all of it when what? You keep your focus, your attention, your awareness on I am. I am already everything I desire to be. What happened when what? When Peter started looking out there and he saw the storm. He saw the storm clouds, right? He started sinking. When he started sinking, when he put his eyes back on I am, right? Because Jesus reached down, grabbed his hand, he started walking on water again. This is an important part. Because he was seeking, he didn't swim back to the boat and start over. He didn't have to start the walk over, right? Jesus didn't tell him to go start over and do it again. Exactly where he was able to continue going. Okay? Doubt does not cancel God's word. Your distraction does not cancel the word. It might delay it. It does not delay it. It just delays your agreement with it. It can't be delayed. It can't be slowed down. It's always moving. Because that reality is done. It's unfolding. It's being revealed. Okay? So you going off the path does not stop it. It just delays your agreement. It doesn't even delay it. It just delays your agreement with it. Huh? There's only right now. There's only right now. Who are you being right now? What are you agreeing that you are right now? Okay? So let's get back to it. Isaiah 54:17, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. This verse is not a promise that weapons will never be formed, right? It's not a promise that weapons will never be formed. It is a declaration that they will never achieve their intent. You know what I'm saying? What if the circumstance looks like this? But I've been trying for 6 months. I've been affirming for X amount of time, and they still won't do right. Huh? The enemy may design attacks, circumstances. Now, when I say the enemy, I'm not throw these things in there intentionally, right? Because I want y'all to start catching this shit. You should be calling it out. You know I'm going to call it out anyway. You should be calling these things out. When we talk about, say, you also often hear folks walking around talking about the devil's been working. There is no devil working. Let me say that again. There is only all that there is. And all that there is God. All that there is spirit. It's source. There is only one power. There is only one power. Huh? There's only one power. That power is all that there is. There is no opposing power. What does the devil, the quote unquote demons represent? I remember the last time I even mentioned the word demons, somebody couldn't wait to type. They were like, demons are demonic. Jesus said so. Or doubt is demonic. Jesus said so. When we talk about, first of all, we call every goddamn thing demonic shit. But when we talk about demons, Satan, the enemy, okay? What are these? This is anything that implies that right now you're not the person that you want to be. It's not a stressful comment. Matter of fact, let's pause and respond to it. Can I make it as a single mother in the ghetto with all odds against me? How am I going to get through? Who is telling the story that all odds are against you? Who is the one telling that story? That all odds are against you. Right? Remember, when we talk about can you make it out of any situation, there is no such thing as lack in life. There's no such thing as lack. But you are so powerful. If you identify with lack, then you can create the illusion of it and experience that in your reality. There is only prosperity. There is only all that there is. And the only thing keeping any of us from finally walking into the life that we want is we have to accept that we are already everything that we desire to be. No matter what we feel, no matter what the circumstances look like. Right? So can you make it as a single mother? Who is the one who is stacking all of those things against us? Who is the one who is saying all of those things are holding us back? Who? It's us. It's us. Remember, everything that you say is an affirmation. You're never telling it like it is. You're always just telling it like you are. Okay? If I sat here and I told you that, I said, like, let's have an intervention, y'all. If right now I was to sit down and I was to tell y'all, right? How can I make it? Okay? As a guy that's by himself and the odds are just stacked against me and I don't see any way out of the situation that I am in. What would y'all tell me? While y'all are typing away, the one thing that I want y'all to remember is even Jesus gave y'all some beautiful affirmations. He said, I am the way. I am the way. How do I get out of this? Well, you have the answer right there. I am the way. How do I get the prosperity? I am the way. What does that mean? I am the way. Well, obviously we're talking about your I am awareness, right? I am. You hear Christ or I am. It's I. When I say that I am prosperity, that is me being prosperity. That is the way to prosperity. Okay? What if I don't feel it? What if I don't really believe it, Alex? When I say I am prosperity, that is the truth, right? I am the truth. Whatever I say it is the truth. I am the truth. So what you have to do is you have to remember, you have to wake up to who you are. This is not a journey of becoming. You don't have to become anything. The only reason that we're in the situation, whatever situation we are in, is because right now we identify that this is who we are. The only thing keeping you from the life that you want is you just refuse to identify that you are already that person. Even me saying I have to reprogram a subconscious mind, that in itself is me saying I'm not that person right now. So that can't be true. It can't be true. Because I just said anything that implies that right now you are not that person is a lie. Blessed is he who believes before he sees. Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be, right? Not thou shalt reprogram a subconscious mind, it shall be. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, the Word was with God. Not in the beginning was the subconscious mind, or not in the beginning was the Word, and the Word reprogrammed the subconscious mind. And then it was. God said, let there be light. It didn't say God said, let there be light. And then the subconscious mind was reprogrammed and ran off with that thought and then created it in some distant future after it was, no, just let there be light. There's only right now. There's only right now. You are prosperity right now. You are absolutely prosperity right now. The only thing keeping us from being prosperity, the only thing keeping you from being with that person, the only thing keeping you from that life that you want is you refuse to accept that you are already that person. Right? You are already that person. All right? Now, here we go with the Jesus for the devil. You're going to go to the Zeus talk and all that. I hear you. But we're not here to have a debate on that. We're here to talk about I am awareness and get you the life that you want. I know where you're going. I was there at one point in my life too. Not anymore though, okay? We are just trying to get the life that you desire. That's it. We're not here to debate historical context of Bibles and who is who and this and this. There is only one power. The only reason that people are spiritually attacked is because they believe and accept that they are. The only reason that people believe that all these powers outside of them are controlling them is because they give them power by these stories, believing in two powers, believing in all these things outside of them. We cannot on one hand say, as within, so without. The kingdom is within you. And then say, well, you know what I'm saying? But there is a devil out there working. There is none. There is none. Okay? There is none. All right, so Isaiah 54:17, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. So for you, this means you can walk with unshaken confidence, knowing that opposition is not a sign of defeat, but a backdrop for God's victory. Every weapon becomes proof of his protection. Every attack a stage for his strength. You are not preserved because the battle is absent, but because his presence surrounds you with it. Because his presence surrounds you within it. Dang, I got all twisted up. My bad. Here we go. You are not preserved because the battle is absent. You're not preserved because there is no battle, right? You are preserved because his presence surrounds you within whatever you are going through. The verse is a shield for your spirit. Resistance will rise, but it cannot reign. What God has purposed for you is untouchable, and no weapon can alter what heaven has sealed. That's it. All right? Pause. I had an interesting question in the DMs earlier, and it was like, hey, we started talking about thought transmission. Like, okay, what is thought transmission? What are people thinking? Okay? And got into a long conversation, but the answer to that, right, ultimately came down to this. Yes, there is thought transmission, but not in the sense that most of us think. Most of us, when we think of thought transmission, we think of my thought transfers to this person and they're thinking what I'm thinking. But remember, y'all, there is only one. Okay, let me break this down very metaphysically. I am that I am is everything. I am is everything. Awareness is everything. There is only one God. There is only one power. There is only one law, it is I am. There is only one thought, which is I am. Okay? I am everything. I am is everything. Okay? Now, even me saying I am prosperity is what? It is a perspective of I am. Me saying I am not prosperity is what? It's a perspective of I am. Me saying I am love or I am not love. Perspective. Everything that you say after I am, because I am is all that there is just a perspective of I am. So even when we think of thoughts, what is a thought? A thought is just you assuming, accepting, and viewing I am from a specific perspective. Okay? So when we say, what are other people accepting or thinking in your reality? Where they're thinking your perspective of them. This is thought transmission. Is this person thinking of me? Well, just me saying, is somebody thinking about me? What happens is they begin thinking of me, thinking if they are thinking about me. Do you hear what I'm saying? Okay, if I say, is she thinking about me? What she's thinking about, because I've taken that perspective. My thought is just a perspective of I am. When I say, is she thinking about me? She is thinking about me, thinking about if she is thinking about me. right? And the moment that I know that she is thinking about me, she is just thinking about me. This is thought transmission. It is just your perspective of all that there is the perspective that that person is taking as well. Was that a little too complicated to say so? When we got it like that, it was kind of a light bulb moment. It was, oh shit, you're right. It was just a perspective, right? So it's not that I'm saying something and it's transferring. There is only one mind. There is only one thought, okay? All that there is only one thought. The one thought is I am. That's it. I just am always taking different perspectives of I am, because when we say I am that I am that I am is everything. The that is the perspective that I'm choosing to take right now. And with that perspective, everybody else is taking that perspective as well. So that is thought transmission. Is that there is only one mind. Nothing has to transfer anywhere. But my perspective is the same perspective that other people take. Okay? Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. So next. Reflection questions. Couple reflection questions. So, number one, where have I been living as if God's yes was uncertain? What's good, my brother? What's good, my brother? Right? Where have I been living as if God's yes was uncertain? Are there places in your life where you were thinking, the desire, nah, it's not enough. Let me affirm more. What's up, Serena? What's up, Goddess? Let me affirm more. Let me visualize more. Now, the promise isn't done yet. Where have I been living as if God's yes was uncertain? This question, what it should actually do is it should cut through the bullshit. It should immediately let you know if you have been truly living as if it's already done, or if you are not. Right? The question is, number one, where have I been living as if God's yes was uncertain? Where have I been living as if God's yes was uncertain? You might think, no, the desire's not good enough. Me saying I am it's not good enough. Let me affirm different, visualize different. Let me research more. Let me do more state akin to sleep. Let me believe in my fear more than the promise. Let me believe in my anxiety or doubt more than the promise. So this question can really let me know, have I truly been living in the wish fulfilled? Have I truly been knowing that I am already that person? Right? Or do I still need to be still and know that I am source? Cool. Next. Do I believe my problems are stronger than his promises? This is another one, right? And sometimes this can be the challenge to get y'all over. Sometimes. We always get through it. Is, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know I have to make the choice. But I just feel like this. But this has just been going on for so long. But the situation looks like this. But this can be like this. But even when I look out there in the external world, these are other people are saying this. I heard a song the other day. And this person said you should just let them go. That sometimes it's so heavy and you just got to give up. Arguing for limitations. Right? When scripture says, I am the Lord your God. Right? You should have no other. No false idols besides me. Okay, this is what it's meaning. I am. Your declaration of who you are. That is God. That is it. That is King. That is the promise. Stop making other things bigger than that promise. Your fear, your anxiety, your doubt is small. It's not even, like you are, I am. Your fear is just within you. Why are you identifying with something that is within you? That just flows through you. But I always said it, you are not in your body is in you. So why are you identifying with how you feel when it's just a temporary part of a small part of you? You are not within time. Time is within you. You are not within this world. This world is within your awareness. So do I believe my problems, my feelings, the external circumstances are stronger than his promises? This is a beautiful question because it allows you to remind yourself of the truth. Okay, yeah, I'm tripping right now. It's done. It's already mine. Circumstances are whatever. They can be whatever. They can look like whatever. The circumstances might not look perfect, might not look ideal, but the God within me is perfect, so the situation must be unfolding perfectly. Okay. Number 3. Here we go. Here's another heavy hitting question. How would I live differently if I trusted his yes as eternal? Ooh. How would I live differently if I trusted his yes as eternal? How? How would I live differently? Maybe I would stop believing that I have to do something to get something. I would just accept that it's done. I would just try my best knowing that it's done. Maybe I'd be a little lighter. All of these questions just hit home. They're really exposed quickly. Am I truly being the person that I said I am? Are you truly being the person that you said you are? Okay. And last but certainly not least, right? What words am I speaking? Okay, here we go. What words am I speaking? Okay. Agreement with fear or agreement with his decree? What words am I speaking? Agreement with fear or agreement with his decree? So the moment I had the desire, the promise was done. It's done. It's done. The desire is the fulfillment. So it's done. It's irrevocable. For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. They're absolutely irrevocable. Okay, if they're irrevocable, now I'm going through life and I have a little doubt. My body has a little feeling of doubt. Just a natural human experience, right? Part of the human experience is a little doubt. What words am I speaking when I feel that? Am I speaking agreement with fear, agreement with doubt, or am I speaking agreement with his decree? Am I reminding myself of who I am right now? Even if I spiral for 5-10 minutes, am I reminding myself of who I am right now? Therefore, when I decide who I am right now, I've always been faithful. It's always been done. Do I leave it at that, or do I say, oh no, I thought that I was always faithful, but I have been spiraling, so now I got to start over? Well, guess what? Now you do, because you said it. Okay? What words am I speaking? What are you agreeing with? The fear, the doubt, or the decree? Okay? Now, next up, we're going to do some affirmations, and I got a letter to y'all, okay? This is the letter from your higher self. We did one in the beginning. Matter of fact, we're finna do both again. We're finna do both again, okay? Sit back, hear this. And it's gonna go straight into the affirmations. Remember, when I'm reading the affirmations, you're not trying to become them. You already are them. Here we go, okay? Dear beloved, why do you keep straining to become what you already are? Every breath in your lungs is proof that you were born complete. The world has taught you to chase identity, but heaven whispers, remember. You are not clay still waiting for shape. You are the image of the eternal, already formed, already enough. The ground beneath you is holy because you walk upon it. And the light within you is sacred because it comes from me. It comes from I am. Lay down the heavy armor of striving. There is nothing left to prove. There is no standard left to meet. The I am within you is not waiting for your arrival. He is resting, unbothered, already whole, and so are you. Sink into this stillness. Rest into the knowing. You do not have to grip so tightly at life. Life is already holding you. Trust that what was spoken over you will never return empty. Trust that who you are is not a question, it is an eternal decree. Rest. Rest, child. Rest in me. Rest in yourself. Rest in the truth that I am, therefore you are. Beautiful. Okay? Absolutely beautiful. Think about this from the perspective of your I am awareness speaking to you. The ground beneath you is holy because you walk upon it. Do you not know that you are the temple of the Most High? Realize that you are the temple, the absolute temple of the Most High. What does that mean? Do you walk with more reverence in that building that is made by a man that is called a church? Or do you understand that because you are the temple of the Most High, every thought that you think should be thought with reverence? Every word that you speak is the expression of source. If you are the temple of the Most High, then guess what? Where you are sitting, standing, laying, driving, wherever you are, is holy ground because you are standing there. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? That you are the walking identity of God. You are the identity of the Spirit of God. You are the authority of God. You are the dwelling place of God. You are the temple of God. That's how divine you are. Because I am, because source is, you are. Because source is, you are. Okay, and now second letter. Second letter before we get to the affirmations, all right? Beloved, you have run long enough. You have carried the weight of becoming as though the proof of your worth still lies ahead of you. But I tell you, rest. You are not a seed straining to be a tree. You are already the fullness of what I spoke before time began. You are not behind. You are not late. You are not lacking. You are the living echo of my eternal word, and nothing can alter what I have declared. You keep asking if you are enough, but I planted myself within you as the answer. Stop rehearsing your fears as though they are facts. Stop measuring yourself by a world too blind to see you. In you, I am. And because I am, you are. Lay down the striving that exhausts you, the questions that haunt you, the delays that torment you. There is no race to run, only a truth to remember. Rest, child. Rest in the divine knowing that you are. Rest in the finished work that cannot be undone. The dream you long for is not far. It is within. The words you wait for has already been spoken, and it is eternal. Be still and know. I am in you, and you are already whole. Right? I am that I am, no matter what. Right? I am that I am, no matter what. So here are the affirmations. Okay? Those letters were a reminder that you are already everything you desire to be. So these affirmations, you are not becoming them. They are reminding you of who you've always been. Be still, rest, stop the striving, stop the working, and accept that you are already everything you desire to be right now, no matter what. No matter if you're happy, sad, frustrated, angry, excited, no matter what. If you feel worthy or not, you are worthy no matter what. If you feel love or not, you are loved no matter what. You are everything that you desire to be. Okay? Number one, the promises of God are etched upon my life. Let me start one more time. The promises of God etched upon my life are eternal, unshakable, and beyond recall. The promises between me and Source are unshakable. You cannot take them back. They cannot be recalled. It is done. I am whole because I am Source. and it is done because I am source. Number 2, I move not by the doubts of men, but by the everlasting yes that heaven has already spoken. I do not care about the words of men. The circumstances can look like whatever, but I am. The situation can look like whatever, but I am. My feelings can be whatever, but I am the perfect expression of God beyond the feelings, above the feelings, through the feelings. The feelings don't exist without me. I am that I am. Okay? Number 3, no obstacle, no delay, no shadow can erase the decree written over my existence. Nothing can erase the decree written over my existence. What is the decree? I am that I am, no matter what I am, whatever I say I am. I accept that I am everything I desire to be right now, no matter what. Beautiful. Next, I rest in the certainty of a word completed before time, sealed in eternity, now living in me. I rest in the certainty of the word completed before time. What is that word? It's I am. I am. I am the identity of I am. I am everything I desire to be. I can rest in the certainty of that I am all that there is. The eternal presence that was written before time dwells in me, and I am the expression of this perfection. God is with me. Who could be against me? Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, because I am source. Do you understand that circumstance that you're looking at out there, all of God is with you, waiting for you to what? To give it meaning. Remember, the circumstance is meaningless without you. You are God, telling the story of what this circumstance is and giving it life. That SP, without your memory, if you lost your memory of them, they would be meaningless. The only reason that they have meaning, that they're special, that you love them, that they are beautiful, is because of the story that you tell about them. This is the same with everybody in your life. Your mother, if you lose your memory of your mother, she's not special to you anymore. The only reason she is special is because of the story you tell about her. You go to the past and you pick out these stories. She is beautiful, she's loving, she's always been there. Without your awareness, your word. Remember, the word is awareness. The word is reality. So you are God, making everyone special in your reality with your words. This is your power. You do not need to reach out and change anyone because your story is who they are. You can never tell me what someone else is thinking. You can't tell me who they are, but you can tell me what you believe them to be. Therefore, that is reality. You are pure awareness. And everyone, like the all-seeing eye, is turned towards you, waiting for your instructions, waiting for your expectations, your instructions, your decree. Are you going to be faithful to your degree? Are you going to decide who you are and stick with it? This is the only thing that reality needs. Reality, I am, does not need your faith in it. It just needs your faith, your commitment to who you say you are. Right now, you are that person no matter what. You are everything you desire to be right now, no matter what. The work is done. The work is done. Huh? Next, every weapon formed against me is destined to crumble, for divine purpose is my shield. That's what I'm talking about, Caleb. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Every weapon formed against me is destined to crumble. Every weapon formed against me is destined to crumble. Every circumstance not to my liking is destined to crumble. Let's go further. Every doubter in my face is destined to crumble. Even every doubt of the ego is destined to crumble when it finally sees in reality the perfect unfolding of who I am. Everything. Everything. Okay? My very breath is the amen to God's eternal yes. My life is proof that his word does not fail. My very breath is the amen to God's eternal yes. God always says yes. Therefore, just me existing, my breath, me blinking, is the very proof that I'm in perfect alignment with Source. That God still takes care of me enough to keep my heart beating when I'm not thinking about it, to keep me breathing when I'm not thinking about it, is the evidence that you are absolutely perfect. That's the evidence. That is the evidence. Because you exist, you are everything that you desire to be. My very breath is the amen to God's eternal yes. My life is the proof that his word does not fail. Two more, okay? The word spoken over me carries its own fulfillment, and it cannot return empty. It must prosper. Right? The word spoken over me. Remember, I am not in my body is within me. I speak over this body through I am. Okay? It cannot return empty. It must prosper. This is law. It must prosper. This is law. And last but certainly not least, okay? I walk as one already chosen, already crowned, already approved, already validated, already verified, already stamped. Heaven's decree wrapped in flesh. You are heaven's decree wrapped in flesh. You are the manifestation of God. You are the incarnation of God. You are the identity of God. You are all that there is wrapped in flesh. Okay? Remember who you are. This is not a journey of becoming. This is a journey of remembering. Right? So remember, this document that I put together, I always upload it to YouTube. Okay? So right when we end this, it's uploaded to YouTube. It's all yours. The affirmation's yours. The letters, yours. The document, yours. Do with it as you please. All right, we all in this journey together. Cool? Cool. So that's all I have for today. That's all I have for today. If y'all want to join, up, if y'all got questions y'all want to talk about, let's get to it. Okay, let's get to it. I appreciate y'all as always today. Appreciate it. Matter of fact, I'm finna do a discussion pretty soon that's just success stories. I was divinely pushed to do that earlier. Someone gave me the divine recommendation. Why don't you just do one? It's just success stories. I was like, you're right. Let's do that. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate all of y'all. Y'all are beautiful. Y'all are beautiful. No questions. Now y'all quiet. Now y'all are quiet. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Who's gonna be the first? Sometimes I feel like y'all are shy. Once that first question comes out, then they all start to fall in place. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do the success stories. That'll be a good one. I'm gonna compile it though. And I don't share a lot of y'all success stories unless y'all tell me to. And I usually don't ask to share them. Like if y'all tell me to share them, then I'll share them. That's why I always tell like the same, probably like 8 or 9 or 10, maybe more than that. Probably a lot more than that. But I feel like I only share a couple, right? But, if y'all do want me to share yours, when you send it, just let me know. If y'all have something y'all want me to share, let me know. Always open to the emails, DMs, all of that. Right? And then I go live about every day. Just about every day. Unless something's going on. Tomorrow it'll probably be in the evening. I'll take my mom to appointments Mondays and Wednesdays. But other than that, I basically go live. Sometimes I go live 2 or 3 times a day. So it's whenever. I got you, Akeisha. I got you. I will check. Here we go. So while sitting still, what comes to your mind? Your expressions. Okay, just a question. I mean, I guess a lot of things, but I'm pretty good these days at going into my body. So a lot of times when I just sit back and just chill for a second, it's me just getting present, recentering myself, getting back into my body. Sometimes, so I'm constantly, what I really like about these discussions, I'm constantly in flow. I'm constantly in the moment, right? That's why even y'all know, like these discussions, I create a lot of them and I just kind of pull them up, put them out there, and I just start freestyling. Right? Even some of the things, like I always make these connections, but even a lot of those connections I make, they're just off the dome because I wrote this a long time ago. So even from that perspective, right? When I start getting too fast, oftentimes I'll just switch the tempo. All right, let me just recenter myself. And that's typically what I'm doing. Right? Or sometimes, I'll get a little spicy. Right? Because of certain comments. You know what I'm saying? Might like hype me up, might amp me up. And then I'll just recenter myself to make sure that I'm staying present. To make sure that I'm not getting too far ahead of myself, etc. Right? So most of the time when I take a step back like that and I just get still, I'm not trying to think anything. I just am feeling my body. How does my body feel? Right? How is this? How you know what I'm saying? How do my cells feel? How can I feel the energy? Can I feel my aura? All right. Can I just, even when I'm listening to people, when I call people up and y'all jump on here and we're having these conversations, a lot of the times I'm just literally feeling myself. Not like that, but I'm just feeling my energy. Like I just bring my awareness from up here into my body so I can allow myself to hear y'all more. And I spend I spend a lot of time like in my body. I spend a lot of time in my body. Okay? And so here, I like that. So if you have a success story, man, send it wherever. You can DM me on any of the platforms or you can email me. My email should be in the link tree in the bio. But yeah, DM me or whatever. I would love to hear it. So how do you know when to move? Okay? How do you know when to move? That's an important question because here's the answer. It's not about when to move. Okay? Because even when to move implies that I have to do something at the right time to be the person I want. So it still implies separation. What do I have to do is always the wrong question. What do I have to remember that I am is always the right question, right? Oops. What do I have to remember? Remember, when I know that I am source, when I know that I'm already right now the person I desire to be, everything that I do is magic. Doesn't matter when I move, doesn't matter what I do. If I have to move, I'll be called to it. But even if I just get up and start doing stuff, it's all magical. This is what inspired action is. Every action that you take is inspired. Okay, here it is, y'all. Every action that you take is inspired. Now, is it inspired based on lack, or is it inspired from the knowing that whatever you do is magic because you are source and you're already everything you desire to be right now? Let me give you an example. Let's say that you want your person. Let's say that you want this specific person. Okay, you decide you want this specific person. Now, You go up to them and you're talking to them, or you call them and they respond to you, right? They answer. What, Alex? I just been thinking about you, man. What's going on? Bruh, don't call me anymore. Hangs up, blocks you. Okay? Hangs up, blocks you. Now, how do you know when to move? How do you know when to do anything? Well, that's a trick question. It's not about how to know when to move. It's knowing that whatever I do from the identity of it's already mine is perfect. Whatever I do from that identity. But whatever I do from the identity of I don't have it, so I'm trying to reach out and do something, well, that is always going to set me back. Because the identity of I have not or I am not is always going to allow reality to continuously give me more proof that I am not. Right? And we can talk about it from whatever perspective, the no contact perspective, the in contact perspective, don't matter. Whatever you do, whether you're in no contact or not, whatever you do is made magical from the knowing that you are already that person. Now, a lot of us say that we believe we are that person. Here's the trick. Here's the trick. If you say you are that person, what about when external circumstances show you that you're not that person? Or not show you, but what about when external circumstances say you're not that person? Are you still that person? You absolutely are. You absolutely are. So it is, do you stay committed and faithful to who you are despite the circumstances? Do you stay committed and faithful to who you are no matter what your feelings are? That is the magic. Okay? That is where your power is. Chasing affirms that you don't think you have it. Me trying to be something is me saying that I'm not it. That is exactly that. That is what dare to assume means. It means have the balls, have the brass, right? Simply decide that you have it. Stop trying to be it and just accept that you are it. Just dare to assume. This is why even Neville says the mere assumption. The mere assumption. What's the mere assumption? The mere assumption is assuming that you're already that person. That's the magic. This is the magic moment when you realize it's all a choice. You always are choosing, even your inability to choose, because you're still like, oh, I don't know if this is even right. I don't know if I should want this. Should I even want somebody who doesn't want me? You saying that and going back and forth is you choosing confusion. You choosing to say, oh, I know I have it, but sometimes I just don't feel good. That's a choice. You choose, like even you saying, because of my feelings, I can't be in alignment, is your word. It's your statement. It's your story. It's you choosing to tell that story. It's always you. Okay? It's always you. Who cares why you want it? The only important thing is you want it because Source wants to experience through the identity of you. The logical mind will always try to sit around and debate itself into submission. Right? If we all sat around and we had, let's say if we all had a competition right now, who can make the most excuses? Oh, we would be here all night. We would be here all night, but that's fine. You only have to make one decision. The one decision is that I have it. You just have to make the one decision that you have it. So even when you say that, right? Even when you say that, God has said, I've been trying rather than trusting. And in time-sensitive situations, I was swaying, but I know that I need to be still. I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this, okay? When I say that, be still, and then we say things like, I've been swaying, or I was swaying, but I know that I need to be still. What I even hear from that is that you're not accepting that you're just perfect right now. You're not swaying. You were never swaying. Since right now you've decided that you are absolutely perfect. Because right now you've decided you're absolutely perfect, you've never been swaying. Who you are right now completely eliminates that. Even you saying I was swaying is is implying, right, that at some point in time you were not that person. You've always been perfect. You've always been that person. Even the quote unquote swing is what? It's just a story that you're telling right now. Why tell that story? Not saying that you are. I just like to nitpick with y'all because I want y'all to really feel and understand and know that it's all a story. Even me saying that, oh, I'm wavering so I can't get it. What do you mean you're wavering so you can't get it? That's a story. You just decreed that. You just affirmed that right now. Right? In your exam, okay, so your SP blocked you. How do you take inspired action as someone from the end? So even that, right? Remember, that question, what do I have to do, is always the wrong question. What do I have to remember? Don't think about what you have to do. What you have to do is irrelevant. You can do whatever. You can get blocked and go take a nap. Hell, you can get blocked and send an email to them, right? Whatever you do from the identity, okay, hear this. Whatever you do from the identity of I already am the person in perfect alignment with them, okay? Whatever I do from that identity is perfect. Now me, this is what I do, but you don't have to do this. I've had certain clients do it. I have certain clients that don't do that shit at all. They just do whatever they want from the identity that they have it. But what I do, especially with people, and I used to try to get people, right? Got it down to a science, right? Whenever I was manifesting people, what I always did is I assumed that I was this person that did not have to reach out or do shit for people to come to me. And so how my reality played out, right? How my reality played out with that I never had to do anything. I don't have to reach out. Even to this day, I tell y'all sometimes, right? I don't really call people. I don't really call or text people. If I want to talk to somebody, I just think about them and I allow them to text me. My phone, like, I don't really call people. I want them to talk to me, and I check my phone a little bit later and I see them, so I hit them back, or I respond when they're calling me. Right? But that is my identity. What is your identity, right? So go to that end. You can be the person that says, I have it. I am the person that can get whatever I want. If I like a woman, shit, she likes me. And whatever I do is perfect. And from that perspective, you can double text her, right? So, like, if you really just listen to dating coaches these days, right, they'll have you in all kinds of limiting beliefs. Don't care too much, but don't care too little, right? Give a lot in the beginning, but don't give too much. Right? Seek that respect, but don't force it. Right? All these different rules and how you calculate, making dating like calculus, but you have to choose your identity. And even me saying I don't have to do anything is a rule that I created. But I could have just as easily created a rule that said what? Whatever I do is perfect. So this is what I often tell y'all as well. If you are debating on what I should do, why not simply make the decision right now, the decree that everything I do is perfect and it leads me to the perfect end where I want. Take away the guesswork. Instead of trying to get in alignment, instead of trying to do the right thing, command it. Command that you always do the right thing. Do I truly believe all this? Serena, stop. What you talking about? I'm beyond belief. I know it. It's beyond belief. I don't have to believe this, right? It would be like y'all asking me if I believe in the moon. I see it. It's right there. It's beyond belief. This is a knowing. It's beyond belief. Okay? It's absolutely beyond belief. Okay, how can you get this manifestations? Like, okay, I'm going to have a message and boom, there it is. All right. So even you saying like, all right, here we go. Even you saying boom, there it is you implying that it wasn't there before? Remember, right now in this moment, everything already exists. Everything that you desire shows up instantly. Why? Because you change instantly. Right now, you decide Money flows to me. It's going to flow to me in this way. And it shows up. How do I get it to show up? Is me implying that I don't have it. What do you mean, how do you get it to show up? You are the person that money shows up for, therefore it already does. It always does. It always has. Decide, right? This is simply a journey of you confronting your beliefs. How do you get the money to show up? Well, trying to get the money to show up is implying that the money ain't going to show up. The money hasn't shown up. You are already that person right now. Right? Remember, when I'm trying to get something, trying to do something, I'm implying that I'm not that guy. But you are. You are that guy. You are that girl, right? You're already what you desire to be. So instead of trying to get things to change, accept that they've changed. It is our refusal to accept that things show up instantly. That is what keeps them away from us. It shows up absolutely instant. It's done. It's always been done. That reality has always been done. It's been done in the past, the present, and the future. The reality where money has shown up instantly has already occurred. It's there. It's done. You have to accept it. We're always confronting those limiting beliefs. Always. Who says it can't show up instantly? And I've told y'all stories of people waking up with different amounts of money in their bank account instantly. Go to sleep and wake up in a new reality. Absolutely instant. Didn't move a finger. All of a sudden, I had more money in my account. I think we read that one. Read that email. Right? I woke up to an extra couple $1,000s in my account. I don't know where the hell it came from. I just woke up to a new account in a new reality. We're only limited by what? Our perception of what a miracle is. The more that you open your mind to this is how miracles show up. Miracles, everything is a miracle. The more you open your mind to it, the more that reality can show up in these beautiful, different ways. Okay? Showed up defective, half angel, half man. What you mean defective? Y'all kill me. Y'all be like, okay, look, I've decided that I had this man or this perfect woman, and the person that showed up wasn't that. Well, duh, because it's still unfolding. It's still unfolding. Stop treating the end like stop treating the middle like it's the end. Right? Stop treating the middle like it's the end. I said half man, half angel. I was a little defective. I hear you. Oh, y'all don't want to request up today or nothing? Okay, cool. My SP said he's afraid of commitment. Recently started therapy, no contact. Remember, okay? I don't care what people tell y'all. Right? I've changed a lot of y'all on this. I've changed a lot of y'all on this, just on this stream. I've changed a couple of y'all. And I've told y'all that I've changed y'all. I've chosen different versions of you. The only thing, okay? The only thing that matters, what somebody says they are does not matter. What you accept that they are matters. You hear me? So somebody saying, let's say I meet a beautiful young lady, okay? I meet a beautiful goddess. And she tells me, Alex, I've just had all this trouble in the past, and I'm just a terrible texter. Sometimes I go days without responding. You know what? Guess what? I'm going to heal you. I don't have to tell you that. But guess what? That problem ends with me. The only way that that is accepted in my reality is if I accept that from you. If I make the decision right now that, yes, that's the person she is. She doesn't text back. All right? Let me say that again. People, okay? Doesn't matter what they tell you. People can only be what you accept them to be. I could meet a young lady today, and she could tell me, hey, Alex, you know what? I don't text fast. I just am not a good texter. Doesn't mean I don't like you. Sometimes I just forget my phone and I get caught. Well, guess what? I have a choice. I can accept that and I can decide. I can choose the version of her where that pisses me off all the time. Or I can decide, guess what? Baby, you're healed. You're healed. I don't care what you do. But with me, you're not going to do that anymore. You love texting me back. You can't get enough of hitting me back quicker. I choose. Remember, if right now I told you to think of your SP and I said, okay, boom, let's pretend that you have amnesia. You have no memories of them. Who are they? Who are they to you? They mean nothing. But right now you've told a bunch of stories and that's what you believe they are. That's not who they are. That's just a version of them that you have pulled forward, that you have called forward. You can heal them if you want. Matter of fact, you can say it in your mind. I hear you. In the blood of Jesus, I declare this go. Whatever floats your boat. If you believe in that shit, whatever floats your boat. I don't accept that. Therefore, the version of you that I choose must step forward. So I will ask y'all this question. Because you have the choice of choosing, if you get to choose how people show up in your life, why the hell are you still sitting around and telling me stories about the shit you don't like? If I'm telling you the only thing that you have to do is commit and know that right now you are the person that is in perfect alignment with the version of them that you want. If that's all you have to do is choose, okay, I'm already that person, boom, right now. And this is how people show up to me, boom, right now. The desire, the promise is done. Why are you still, look, identity always trumps circumstance. Okay, let me give you another example. Let's say that this woman told me that. She was like, bro, I don't text well. I text back so slow and sometimes I forget. Okay. Okay, baby, I hear you. Let's upgrade you. Let daddy upgrade you, okay? So right now, I make a decision. This is how you treat me. This is how you show up to me, for me. This is how you show up for me. Now, let's say 2 days pass. And the second day, she starts texting slow again. She starts texting slow again. Now, what do? I have a decision, right? Because this is what some of us will do. We'll look at that situation and we'll say, man, it hasn't changed. I must be doing something wrong. What is that saying? What I'm affirming is I'm not that person, right? I'm trying to base my identity on the circumstance. I'm saying, because I see something out there wrong, that must mean I'm not perfect. I'm not doing it right. You get what I'm saying? So reality was still unfolding. But because I said that I'm not that person, guess what? Reality just starts mirroring me again. So I get caught in this hamster wheel. Instead of me just being solid in my identity. No, I already chose. You can say something about it if you want. You can argue about it. You can do whatever. But do it from the identity that it's done. And allow it to unfold. If you don't see what you want, you're still in the middle. If you don't see what you want, you're still in the middle. When I get these emails, y'all, I read these. Miss Serena, always looking for them examples, right? I read these. We've had several discussions where I read direct emails from clients. Hey, this happened. And my SP, who said they wanted nothing from me, is all of a sudden back, begging for me, talking about marriage, all of these things. Why? Because you finally committed to the old story or the new story. All of a sudden, I believed or I realized right now that I've always been loved. Now, all these men from your past start running back to you. How is that? This person blocked me, and all of a sudden, I started seeing them differently. I just accepted that this was the story. Through the tears, through the whatever, and all of a sudden, here they come back. You're the only one for me. Everybody reminds me of you. These things mean nothing, y'all. The circumstances mean nothing. The only thing that matters is you. You are reality. Yeah, you can open the floodgates. You can right now make the decision. I've never been unloved. I've never been betrayed. I've always been ultimately supported. Instead of basing your worth on the external reality, you can base your worth in the knowing that you are source. And once you take your attention off the external and you put it on the internal, and you know that I can validate myself because I am God, I've always been loved. I can see that as the truth. I can know it's the truth. All of a sudden, reality has to conform. Reality has to prove you right? If I decide right now I've always been loved, past, present, future, guess what the past has to do? It has to validate that. How does it do it? All those people you were questioning start running back to you, sending you long at. I ain't gonna put nobody on. Look, the knowing that you are source, okay? The knowing that the present moment is all that there is will absolutely rewrite the past. It will absolutely change the trajectory of the future. Okay? Perfect. Now it's when or how do I make the calls while I'm live? Make the calls. What do you mean? Make the calls. What you mean, Goddess? When or how do I make the calls while I'm live? I'm guessing, do you mean like join up? There's a join button if you want to join up that you can hit. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah, visions of the future, like I'm praying and see images after. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, guys. Just join up, right? I don't know where the buttons is. It should be like a join button that you hit. You can come up here, right? But when we talk about, so I was even talking about this earlier today in the workshop, right? So here's the thing about reality, okay? Let's say I have a dream right now, and I perceive that dream as the future. Okay? Who decides if that is actually my destiny or if that's like, no, that's not going to happen? Who decides that? I do. So even when I'm thinking of things and I'm like, okay, visions of the future, premonition, all these things, I still have final say-so. I still have an absolute final say-so on the realness of it, of what it is. Absolutely, Miss Adriana. Absolutely, Goddess. You didn't get the link. What's up?
So I know you was giving an example of like SP, right? So so with mine, right? So I was always worried about like, I wonder what she's doing, right?
Yeah.
And then like I have her on WhatsApp. So I saw like she had like a new profile picture, and that made me like, I guess, like nervous. So like, and I manifested. So I wanted to know like why I felt like so nervous about it.
So I would ask you, why does it matter what it means? Why does it matter why you felt nervous about it? It doesn't, like, what it truly comes down to is the choice you make on the power of you being nervous, right? So whether I'm nervous about it, whether I'm excited about it, it doesn't matter. I can still, with whatever emotion, I can choose what this story means. You can choose what it means that you change your profile picture. You have ultimate power. You can choose what that emotion means. You can choose if that emotion is meaningless. You can choose if it means something. You're always just telling a story about everything. And every moment something happens, you get to tell a story. Oh, this is proof that she's missing me and trying to get my attention. That could have been your story. Oh, this nervousness means nothing, right? It's all your story, and it's all true because you are God.
And it's funny that you said about like the messages, right? Where it's like slow to respond, because that's what how my SP was like at first. Like when she messaged me, but I guess like she was like at work, but when she messaged me like, I'm slow to respond and all that, and I kind of took that and it says like, she don't want to be bothered or whatever. But I get.
Yeah, right. Because you don't even have to make that assumption, right? So I like that you said, right? Like I used to take it like that, but now I can take it a different way. You don't have to make that assumption. the automatic assumptions that we typically make, if we're aware and conscious, we can catch them. You know what? I don't want to tell that story anymore. Right? I want to tell the story that she's always running to the phone. She's always anxious. She's always ready to hear from me. She's always ready to respond like that because she knows who daddy is. Right? I can make that story whatever I want.
So how do we make this like more natural? 'Cause I feel like when I'm practicing telling this new story, it's kind of starting to click, but at the same time, I still need like that extra push.
I got you. Okay, so even you saying that you need an extra push, what is that implying? That's implying that you're not even that person and that you still need a little bit more to be that person. Why not just know that no matter how I feel about it, that no matter if I, feel like it's working or not, I just know that it's working because I said so. Why put so much emphasis on how you feel about it and just know that the word is law? Just go to that knowing. Everything else is
The reason why I do that, I've been feeling that way because like there's like for me, I guess for me, in my opinion, I always feel like there's something else that I still need to do. I don't know why I feel that way. I know other people can relate to that, but that's just my take on that.
Don't bring other people into this. This is only about you, okay? So even before, we've constantly talked about this, right? Or I've constantly talked about this in these discussions. The only thing keeping you from what you want is your refusal to just accept that you are that person. You, Caleb, can make a choice, brother. You're going to make a choice that you are that person, or you're going to make a choice that you still need something more to show you are that person. Either way, it's a choice. You right now talking to me saying that you need a little bit more. You want to feel a little bit more. I have to, accept it a little bit more. All of that is just a choice. You're choosing to tell that story. Why not just decide that you are perfect? No, even that you don't have to have perfect emotions to be perfect. You are perfect just because you exist. This is why I constantly push, because you are alive, because you have a name, because you can breathe, because your heart pumps and you can't even make it. This means that Source is taking extra care to do that for you, which already makes you perfect. How can we stop leaning on the human definition of perfection and start resting, being still, like just about like living in that knowing that because I am Source, I'm already perfect, and that is enough. Let me say one more thing. Your ego mind. Were you responding?
Yeah, I agree.
Your ego mind will always look for more. And that is the very thing that will keep you from what you want. Is that ego always wants more proof. It wants to feel a different way. It wants all of these things. Right? It wants success stories. Alex, give me your best success story right now, right? I already gave you a bunch. Okay, just accept it. You're going to either be on that hamster wheel or you're going to accept you're already that person. You just need to accept it. There's nothing more that you need. You're just perfect because you exist. Whether you feel like you're perfect or not, you are perfect because you exist. Accept that. Know that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And God is, I feel like we're in the image of God. So if God is perfect, then we should be perfect.
Absolutely. 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 I mean, that's as simple as it is. There's really nothing to add after that, right? Once you accept that, that's game over. We spend so much time from a human perspective being like, oh, I have to feel different. Let me think about this differently. Let me accept this more. Okay, well, stop trying to accept it. Stop trying to be it. Stop trying to embody it. And just know that you are Source. You're absolutely Source. You're made in that perfect image. You can't do anything or feel any way to push you out of that perfection. It's perfect. You can never be out of alignment.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
and that's all I'm really trying to do right now, man. Is just try to, align myself to, to know that what I want, this is, is done.
How do you align yourself to know it?
It's just continuing to just to know, I guess.
You're already aligned. You're already aligned with it. You're already it. You don't have to align yourself to know it, right? You were aligned the moment you had your desire that you wanted this person. You were already in alignment. You just have to remember that I've always been there. I've always been that. I've always been that person. It's all unfolding for me. It's always perfect. You waking up in the morning is proof. I woke up. I'm in alignment. I'm already aligned with the knowing of who I am. I breathe today. I am perfect. Stop trying. Stop thinking that you have to go somewhere to be in alignment. You don't. You're already what you desire to be.
I get it. That makes sense now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely, bro. Let me see. What's up? What's up?
How are you? Good evening.
Good evening. I am perfect. How you doing?
I can't really hear you. I wonder if it's me or...
Yeah, you gotta push. If I'm talking, if you hit mute, it'll be better.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. If you hit mute when I'm talking, it might be better. It's sometimes when we both are talking.
I can't hear myself, but I can.
Yeah.
Kind
Mute.
of come and go.
Mute. Hit mute.
How do I do that?
So there should be like a more button in the bottom right, I believe. Or if you tap yourself, there should be a microphone there we go. Bingo. Right? So anyways, how you doing today? And how can I help you? Let me unmute you. I can't hear you if you're talking.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay. I would say that what do you think it's the purpose of us coming into this experience, like identifying with the ego mind? Like, because there's like 99.9% of society identifying with the ego mind, which is suffering, doubt, fear, separation. And it's like, to me, it's just like, but why? Like, what was the purpose of that? Like, why did we have to go through that? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, just like, I'm amazed, like, how, like, literally now, like, I see the world, like, everybody's identifying with the ego mind, right? So that's why there's so much suffering. Now I get it. It makes 100% sense, right? Like, why there's so much going on. But, like, why do we have to go through that? And then, like, why can't we just know, like, what we truly are, that we are source of everything? Like, I always have that question.
So, all right. So, how else would you experience? How else would you experience or get to know yourself as source, unless you had this ego to, I guess, not really overcome, but unless you had this human experience? You could not buy into the illusion of separation without an ego. Therefore, you couldn't have an individual experience of reality without it. We need our ego. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. We need our ego to experience this reality. We'll often talk about things like the ego death or killing the ego. We can't do that. The ego is just a set of constructs, a set of thoughts that is built into this reality to help us cope with what we see. It keeps us safe sometimes, right? It keeps us away from, its purpose is to keep us safe. That is it. Its purpose is just for us to see, okay, me and them. It's this illusion of separation that allows us to actually have an experience in this world. Or else we would go crazy from this human body actually having the perspective of no separation. It would not be conducive to a good human experience. So you have your ego in order to have a human experience. It was part of signing up here. Right? So as we are quote unquote killing it, it's not that we're killing the ego or getting rid of it. You're always going to have this ego that continues to try to keep you safe, that adheres to old beliefs. That's fine. Our goal is to transcend it and get to a point where we can still create the life that we want, even though we have certain thoughts and certain emotions that are tied to how things used to be in our reality.
Okay. I came down to that, like what you just said, and I'm like, okay, but it's just like, to me, it's just like, but why do we have, like, it was just more like the fact of like, why do people have to go through so much suffering, because like, there's a lot of suffering going on.
Okay.
You see it every day, you see it in almost everyone, and it's just like, if people only knew that they're identifying with something that we're not it, but everybody's thinking that we are it, right? So it's just like why? Like, I just, it's just, I don't know, to me it's just like, why do we have to go through that? Why do people have to go through so much suffering? And it sucks.
But isn't that a choice? That's a choice, right? Even me saying that people have to go through suffering is a choice, right? Just like Serena said, it's a choice. It always is a choice. Do I truly have to go through suffering? If I'm the person who believes that because I'm incarnated here, I have to go through karma from past lives, that is a story. That is a story that makes my experience more difficult. If I have to say that most people are suffering, so the world is suffering, well then even in my experience, the people that I love that are closest to me, I'm just going to see them suffering because I just perceive a reality where that is the predominant life experience. Why choose to see it like that? Even when we talk about peace, right? What is peace but me choosing to identify with whatever is going on in a way that benefits me in my reality? I can have peace in my life even when things are happening out there. I can have peace. I can see my family members, my close friends living peaceful lives even when things are going on out there. Why? Because I still choose. No matter what I see, I still have the last say so. I have the final say in what I choose to experience in my life.
Okay, that is a good perspective. I had not thought about it like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, because does you even thinking about it the way that you've been thinking about it, that doesn't make you, obviously it doesn't make you feel good because of your delivery on it, right?
No, definitely not at all, because
Yeah.
I just wish everybody knew, right?
Yeah.
Like, in the sense of like, when I hear somebody complain, and like, I was dealing with a client the other day, and literally 99.9 of our conversation was him identifying with fear. Like, everything was just fear based.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, like, this is crazy. Like, I wanted to tell him, but I just decided to listen and just let it be. But it's just like, I wish I could just pour what I know into everybody so we can just all stop this,
Here we go. So that begs the next question. How do you choose to see them? Do you choose to see the people? So this is the trick that I have for clients. This is why all my clients always come out perfect. Is because whenever somebody chooses to work with me, I choose to see them as they are. Therefore, in my reality, it always clicks for them. They always step into the version of them that they want to be. Because I even know in their reality, right? Whatever's happening, they choose to embody that lesson and they get their miracle or whatever. In my reality, I still have the number one choice on how do they step forward. So even if I have a difficult client, right, that I perceive as difficult, it's okay, well, I guess this is just going to be a way for me to confront my own limiting beliefs and actually see them as perfect, see it clicking for them, see them receiving the things that they want. Therefore, it must be. If I see it, it must be.
Yeah. I guess it's like once you come into all this, it's a whole new
Yeah.
way of seeing life, right? So it's like I understand it, but it's like to apply it everywhere. I'm not saying, I mean, of course, it could be an assumption as well as me saying that it's difficult, but just to remember how everything works is like I literally have to remind myself every day, a couple of times a day, who I am.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know, the way I perceive people, the way I see people, the way I talk to people, the way I behave. Because it's like 31 years of my life, like I was identified with my ego mind, which it was suffering, right? So it's like a whole new way. So I truly do believe that we have, you know, the power to change everybody around us or perceive them differently. But it's just reminding myself of that because I'm doing that within myself first, you know. So it's just like it can be a little tricky, I guess, just to keep remembering.
Yeah, it can be.
But,
And then you also have to, I guess the next step is making the choice on, do I really want to choose to see everybody a certain way, or do I just want to use that perspective in certain places so I'm not overwhelming myself and I'm not walking around acting like I'm trying to change the world, right? So that's also another way of looking at it is I'm not necessarily I'm not trying to change everybody. I'm not converting. I'm not trying to convert everybody. I'm just saying, okay, if you resonate with this, cool, perfect. I'm going to choose to see you as perfect. And the people that I choose in my life, like my family, right, my close friends, I choose to see them a certain way. And it's not even like, in a lot of people that I choose to see a certain way in my personal life, it's not that I'm choosing to see them as believing what I believe. I'm just choosing to see them in a peaceful way that gives us a beautiful relationship that typically leads to them kind of believing the same things that I believe in. But at least it allows me to have a peaceful and beautiful relationship with them.
okay, yeah, that's definitely something that I have been doing though, because it's like I know there's certain assumptions or things that I see that I don't care to change.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't bother me, right?
Yeah.
Now there's certain people too that I'm like, it's not that I don't care for them, but I just don't care to put my energy on it. You know, like if they're behaving a certain way, I know it's based on my assumption or whatever it is, but I just don't care to change it.
Yes.
But now there's people that are around me that I'm like, okay, they're gonna understand because they're gonna understand. There's no in between. You know, like and every time I can, you know, I persist on that. But that's one way because I have realized that because it's a whole new, I mean, quote unquote program for me, like it can be overwhelming trying to apply all these new ways of seeing everything. So sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm trying to do a little too much here, like, let me just bring it back. So I had to kind of bring myself back to ground again and just kind of drop certain things because I feel like I have been like, and even before when I wasn't like self-aware or conscious, like I was always trying to be the fixer, you know?
Yeah.
And that's something that I'm having to bring back to myself that I'm like, I am not responsible. I don't want to make myself responsible. It's only if I choose to see you differently.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, no, I'm in the same boat. I agree with that. I think it can be very exhausting to go around and try to implement a change on everybody. But I can always impact what I care about. So I agree.
Another thing that I am not religious at all, so yeah, bear with me when it comes down to this because I really don't know anything about the Bible itself. Like ever since I came into consciousness is when I've been hearing a little bit more. But it's a thought that I had. It was last week. I was like, why was Jesus crucified for 3 days? Like, what was he aware of for him to go through that much suffering for those 3 days with those people? Like, what happened there? Like, it's just a random question. Not that it's like. To me, it's like really not religious or anything. It was just more into like, was he aware of something he wasn't supposed to be aware of to go through all that?
It's so 3 days represents like completion. And if Bible always uses interesting numbers, right? If you even think about the Trinity, you know, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, these three in one. So 3 is kind of this unique number of completion. But even if we talk about the crucifixion, if we talk about it from a purely physical sense, right? Mark 11:24. Let's look it up. Let's look up Mark 11:24. I know y'all can quote this stuff way better than your boy can. All right? Oh, you're talking about that. I got you. Therefore, I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you. Yeah, I got you. All right. So even when we talk about the crucifixion, metaphysically, we can look at it in very, very interesting ways, right? When we talk about three, how many even people were up there crucified with Jesus? It was three, right? It was Jesus in the middle. It was somebody on the left and the right, one representing the logical mind, one representing the creative mind, all right? There was also, when we talk about even like carrying the cross, right? Carrying the cross up there means that you are the one who has to carry your own burdens. You have to carry what you desire until you are crucified, right? Or crucified just meaning, to crucify actually means to increase in power 1,000-fold, right? It does not mean to die, right? So then even when we say resurrect, right? What are we talking about resurrection? Because we know scripture is just a book of yourself. There is no death, right? There is no lack. There is no loss in the spirit. This is why Jesus had all of these quote unquote miracles of him raising the dead like Lazarus, then him raising himself from the dead. It's that conquering of death. So you carry your cross. You become like the phoenix. Jesus, the resurrection, the crucifixion is really like the story of the phoenix. It's this magical bird. It builds a nest, sets it on fire, goes within it, kills itself, and it's reborn. Even if you think about the literal story of the crucifixion, it's, oh, well, Jesus had to pay the price for our sins by dying for us. But even when you ask the question, okay, who was this price paid to? You start getting into, okay, it doesn't make sense. So a lot of these things literally don't make sense. So even thinking like, what did he have to do? What was he aware of to be gone for 3 days? Some of the stories say he descended into hell and yada, yada, yada. But truly, okay, even if, let's go beyond the 3 days, what the resurrection represents is you too, no matter what situation that you are in, can be saved from whatever situation that you're in. Even Jesus on the cross, right, had the doubts, right? Father, like, why have you forsaken me? The same way that sometimes on our journey we have doubts. But we can still be still. We can still rest in the knowing that everything will work out. I do not have to worship the doubts that I have. I can be resurrected. I say all of that to say I don't really look at most of these things very literal anymore. Right? Now, if somebody asked me if Jesus was a real person, if Yeshua actually existed, I would give you a wishy-washy answer and be like, does it really matter? Right? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Right? So to me, that's not important. What's actually important is, okay, what is the message trying to tell us? And the actual crucifixion, the metaphysical meaning of the crucifixion is you killing the old version of yourself to rise. Christ is a consciousness. It's an aspect of yourself. It is you rising in awareness, realizing yourself as your own savior, and being able to deliver yourself from whatever circumstance is going on in your life.
Okay, so basically it's kind of like he technically didn't die. The old self died. He stopped identifying with the mind and just kind of went in ground into what he truly was, which is consciousness.
Well, yeah, technically he did die, but yeah, based on how I see it, no. Like metaphysically, no. Metaphysically, there is no death, right? There could be a transition to a different state, but on a soul level, you can't die. You can only receive, you can only have what you can imagine, and you can imagine anything except for not existing. You can't perceive, like non-existence does not make sense. You can't conceptualize it because it's not something that is you, right? Now, also, when we talk about the story of the crucifixion, if anybody has ever studied the sacred secretion, gentlemen, if you're on here, that is something that, you know, it'll be a very interesting read. The sacred secretion, okay? It ties into semen retention. When we talk about the 33 years of Jesus, all right, there are 33 vertebrae, okay, in the spine, right? There's a place in the skull called Golgotha. Golgotha, where Jesus was crucified, what does Golgotha mean? It is a place in the skull. You actually have a part of your brain, right? A place in the skull where every time that the moon is in your sign, okay, hear this. Every time the moon is in your sign, so I'm a Scorpio. Every time the moon is in Scorpio, there is a seed that is released from my brain. That seed travels down my spine via my cerebral spinal fluid, and it stays dormant, right, in your sacral area, in your sexual area, right? And if you actually do not release this seed too often, right, if you actually take care of your diet, this seed can rise. Now, you also have other metaphysical processes, right? So one thing that happens is you have a pineal gland and a pituitary gland in your brain. Now, your pineal gland, when activated, when decalcified, what it does is it swells up, okay? It looks like, if you ever look at our ancestors when they do cave drawings, things like that, they would always use a cobra, right? Or when you see the Kundalini, you would see what? You would see these two serpents going up this staff. Think about it like this, all right? So Moses' staff, what did it represent? Moses' staff represented what? The spine. Okay, Hermes Trismegistus. Okay, Hermes Trismegistus, who wrote the Hermetic Principles, the Kabbalion. All right, Hermes Trismegistus is also known as many names. One name he's known by is Enoch. Okay, another one is Mercury. All right, so all of these different names. Hermes, also Thoth. Thoth. So all of these are Hermes Trismegistus. Now, the interesting thing is Hermes Trismegistus is credited with this staff called the caduceus. Let's look it up, the caduceus. Okay, if you are familiar with like the medical field, if you've ever seen an ambulance, all right, or a nurse, like the nurse symbol, they will have this caduceus. You see it in a hospital wing, okay, a caduceus. This caduceus is a staff, okay, the staff represents your spine, all right. This ball on the tip represents your pineal gland. The two serpents going up, okay, it represents what? Energy, masculine and feminine energy. Yin and the yang, positivity, negativity, right? Whatever you want to call it. Where does this energy of the serpents originate from? It originates down here around your sacral center. The rising of this is called the Holy Spirit, the Kundalini, the eternal flame, depending on, you know what I'm saying, but depending on what belief you're in. This wing represents the opening of your crown center. It represents spiritual enlightenment. Now, the story of Hermes Trismegistus, right, who crowned this staff, this caduceus, is that he was walking in the desert one day and he saw two serpents attacking him and he threw his staff at them and they stopped and raised up. That's the myth. But what this actually represents is just a symbol for enlightenment. Okay? Symbol for enlightenment. So you have an oil that is secreted from a part of your brain called the claustrum. Claustrum sounds like Santa Claus. Claustrum, Santa Claus, right? And this oil that is secreted, why it's claustrum, Santa Claus, is it represents what? The gifts coming down the chimney being your spine. Okay? So what is secreted from the claustrum is this oil called the chrism. Chrism means Christ. Christ, chrism, oil. Okay? Now, when this oil is secreted, it then travels through your pituitary and pineal gland. If they are activated, okay, what actually happens is this oil is transferred into two substances. One is gold, one is white. It's almost like the land of milk and honey, right? So it electrifies. It electrifies this substance, which now travels down your spine via your CSF, your cerebral spinal fluid. And then it lays at the base, right? Right around your sexual energy. Okay. Now, if you are taking care of your sexual energy and not releasing, you're terrorizing your socks and your t-shirts, playing with yourself, right? If you hold on to this sexual energy, it begins to rise up. And when it rises up, okay, what actually happens, well, it's a longer process than that, but it can actually lead to spiritual alignment. It actually causes pressure in your brain. So you have your pituitary and your pineal gland. So your pituitary, your pineal gland lays on the top and it swells up. It looks like a cobra. Swells up. It looks like a cobra, right? Your pituitary gland is underneath your pineal gland and it begins to flicker. It looks like what? The tongue of a cobra. And when this actually happens, it pushes energy into your crown center, and that is the representation of these wings. It represents spiritual enlightenment. I know we don't really get into all these anymore this day, this esoteric knowledge, right? But this is also the symbolism of even the life of Jesus, right? The Christ, the chrism, Golgotha, the place in the skull, all of this, even the story of Jesus' crucifixion is a metaphysical story of a process that goes on in your mind. I'm sorry, man, I forgot you were on. I'm just over here rambling and yapping. My bad. I'm just going in right now. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness. We'll just say that I only understood probably not even 1% of what you just said.
My bad. You were like, I did not ask all that shit. I was just asking. Like, maybe I should stop him sometime. You know, he seemed like he in the zone right now.
Oh my goodness. Another thing I wanted to ask you, what do you think about definitely I understand that we're not the thoughts, we're not the emotions itself, but we're definitely having a human experience on this body, right? Which has emotions, energy, whatever you want to call it. And if you like, you know, like, let's say for instance, like, well, this is the understanding that I'm having, but I want to see what are your thoughts about it. You know, before I gave, every feeling had a reason behind it, right? So it's like, it wasn't being, I guess, released in a sense. So now it's like whenever I do feel something and the mind wants to go right away and label it, right?
Yeah.
I understand that I don't have to go with the story, but I could just definitely allow myself to feel, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes the feeling, it's very, very strong, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
And there's one time that I did not know what in the world was going on. I was dealing with so many feelings within my body that I was not trying to identify with. And it was so overwhelming that I literally, like, I remember that day I just looked up and I was like, if you're within me, like, please show me. And right after that, it's like, I had I don't know what it was. It was a release that was like literally made me vomit, and I screamed. I cried, like I was grieving, like if I had, like, somebody had just died.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
But I felt so good after it. Like after that, it's like I felt so drained, but I felt relief. I felt like, right, like, okay, like I don't know what the hell just happened, but I feel good, you know? Yes. But it's like, okay, so like, you know, I hear you a lot of the time, so like, who cares how you feel? But it's like, do you agree in allowing it to be felt without bypassing it?
Yeah.
Because if not, like, those emotions could always be there, or what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah. So you don't deny yourself the human experience. You should feel your emotions, right? You honor that human experience by allowing yourself to feel. So if I feel sad, if I feel extreme anger, right, those are just calling me to a greater understanding of myself. What do I have to believe to be true to feel this way? Sadness, hurt, anxiety, fear, doubt, anger, whatever the case may be. And that becomes a gateway to lead me back towards myself. When I say that your emotions don't matter, what I'm saying is your emotions don't matter in terms of your worthiness, in terms of receiving the life that you want. You can handle your emotions, deal with your emotions, tell whatever story you want about your emotions, or just feel them. And you can keep that process separate than the unfolding of your desires. That process, right? It's like, all right, let's say that I want this person. Okay? Beautiful rambling. All right, so let's say that I want this person, right? And we've just split up, but I want them back. Now, if I just listen to how the world teaches manifestation, I'll be like, oh, feeling is the secret. I have to feel like they're already here. What that's going to force me to do is going to force me to completely bypass my feelings, which are just calling me back to myself. Why do I feel sadness? Well, it's because my soul wants me to give myself intimacy. I don't deny myself those human opportunities. I can still know that it is mine and still mourn the old version of me. Still mourn that old version of that person that we experienced a great time with. That I am still sad about them not being there. I can still mourn that while telling the same story that I'm still right now the perfect person that can call forth a different version of myself. So it's never about bypassing those emotions at all. It's just not getting them intertwined in the story of your worthiness.
Would you say over time, like, because me, how I was taking it was that I feel like I had so much energy suppressed within my body that had naturally just been released, right? So that was just kind of my understanding to it. But would you say that that's a thing, or it eventually with those emotions, when those triggers do come back, would they be less because now you understand it or you have released it, or it always like I don't know if it happens to you where like you just like if you just feel so much stuff going on with your chest, your stomach, and it feels overwhelming, but
Yeah.
I don't know, with the time it's less and less, or it could always be there because we're having this human experience.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess sometimes, sure, the more I feel it, the more it can disappear. But, you know, the journey is not linear. The journey never is. We tend to think that the spiritual process, the process of getting through emotions, is this process that should go like this. This is a finish line, this is the beginning, and I should just move like this. But honestly, if this is the finish line, this is the beginning, sometimes we feel good, sometimes we feel worse, but we're still always moving forward. Well, there really is no finish line. We're always moving forward simply by dealing with what we can in this present moment. So just me saying that you're feeling them is going to make them lower or lesser over time. Sure, it will eventually, but is that a linear process? Who's to say that you won't mourn someone for years? Who's to say that, you know, if you lose a loved one close to you, that they won't be on your mind for a while, right? But when we start bypassing that, we don't allow ourselves to have a full human experience, and we end up hurting ourselves in the long run, not dealing with your emotions, not facing them, not allowing yourself to feel and give yourself the intimacy that you crave. Like, even when we talk about it in a relationship sense, if when I'm going through sadness, I can't honor myself to give myself intimacy, how could I give intimacy to someone else? If I can't even sit with myself in my sadness, how could I even accept or feel comfortable with somebody else sitting with me in my sadness, me opening up to someone else? So even by using these times, this perfect moment, because really every moment is perfect. Your pain is perfect. Your anxiety is perfect. It is all the perfect unfolding, right? But when I accept those and I allow my sadness or my anxiety to give me a deeper intimacy with myself, now I can actually have deeper intimacy with other people. So it's always benefiting me just to sit and confront myself.
Okay. Do you think that whenever we're feeling, it's because we're identifying with something that we should not be identifying with, and we're basically like, I guess, in a way, like out of our true essence, with it's not like peace and love?
Yes, but that does not make it bad. So there's only one emotion. There's only one energy. Okay, that energy is I am. It's God. It's source. It's all that there is. And when this energy starts moving, when that energy is in emotion, we call it an emotion. Energy, emotion, right? And so because I have an ego that tells stories and I get to choose, I can have an ego that says what? It says, well, when I see a certain situation, it means it's proof that things are not working out. All right? When somebody, and I'm going to give a more dramatic example in a second because it'll really highlight this point. But I can say, you know what? When I see this situation, I'm assuming it's not working out. Now that one energy flows through me that is just God. It's just God in motion. And because I have a story that's not going to be working out, I feel negative. So that means I'm not in alignment with the truth, right? Does that make my feelings less valid? No, it's still part of my human experience. I can feel whatever way I feel and still remind myself of the truth. Let's go to another drastic example. Let's say that you're married and you lose your husband, or you lose your wife, or you lose a child, or you lose a parent, right? Someone that's very close to you. Would I say, okay, that me feeling bad about it means that I'm out of alignment? No, of course not. It's part of my human experience. This is what your emotions are. Now, in a sense, yes, it's saying that I'm not, quote unquote, in alignment with the truth, because the truth is there is no death. But does that make my human experience of somebody transitioning and not being able to physically feel them anymore any less real or valid? No, it doesn't. It gives me an opportunity to love on myself more, to be close to myself. It also gives me an opportunity to what? Honor them by integrating aspects of them within my life, or ways that they should see me or did see me or wanted to see me within my life, to live a better and more fulfilling life that honors them. So it's all perfect. It's all beautiful. It's all for me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And what are your let's say there's certain experiences that you want to experience, right? But you actually never have experienced them in your human experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would be your tips for that? Because a lot of people, it's just like, I know it's not the feeling of it or anything, but it's just like, well, just be that, right? Or know that you're already that.
Yeah.
But what would your tips be when it comes down to like people that have never been that? So someone that has always been broke and is like, well, just be a person that has money now. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, like, because I've never had money, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, what would your tips be? I mean, just an example, just so for overall anything that you never actually have experienced because of whatever you had previously been aware of.
Yeah. Well, so why I like to wrap everything in God is because that is what helps me the most. Now, you can still get whatever you want. You can still decide right now that you are prosperity. And because you decided that, you never had to experience it before. But staying in that knowing that you will eventually be rich, you are destined for riches will lead you to that simply because you declare it. Why I like to start at the center with I am source is because from that perspective, I can decide that every single aspect of source is what I want to experience in my life. If I understand that I'm source and reality is me, then that means that source extended throughout my reality, touching every part of my reality, will add prosperity everywhere. So I don't need to know, right? I don't need to know how it feels. One thing that confuses a lot of us, and confused me a lot in the beginning, was that whole have to feel it real. I've been homeless, right? I've been evicted before. I've had cars repoed, right? So somebody telling me in that position, to get it, you have to feel that it's real, was like, how? I've never had it. I've never had that before, right? But it's beyond the feeling. The feeling, like, it's beyond the feeling. It's me deciding right now that I am actually a person that deserves more. I am the person, I am great. It's me being greater than my circumstances. I have to see myself as larger than my circumstances. So that's why I'll constantly say, okay, let's scale ourselves. The first way to scale myself, I'm not within my body is within me. Okay, I'm the awareness outside. I'm not within time is within me. So I'm outside of time. I'm not in this world. This world is within me. So it scales me to this larger perspective. Now, okay, I know that I am source. So knowing that I'm source means I automatically identify with prosperity, right? And so from there, I can accept the truth of who I am right now. Okay, I am all that there is. I don't have to work to be it. I just have to know myself as source. And because I am source, guess what? I'm already prosperity. Then the problem was never that I needed to fight away lack. Lack is just an illusion, right? The problem is I just had to remember who I am. I have to remember that I am prosperity, and now lack can exist. Because prosperity, me just knowing that I'm source, and source is all that there is, source is just prosperity. That's just the fact of what it is. So it's getting out of the mindset thinking that I have to work through something or have to feel something or I have to know what something should feel like to be it. Right? Even that just creates separation. Like you want it because it's probably something new, right? You see that new woman that you like, you see that new man that you like, and you want to experience them, right? You want to feel them. You don't know what it's going to feel like, right? It's something that's new to you. That doesn't deny you the ability to know, to expect that you'll receive that, right? So it's about separating my desire or what the world would teach me that, oh, I have to feel this real to get it. No, you don't. You just have to know who you are to receive it. You have to accept that right now, everything that you've been told is a lie. That past was an illusion. Right now, you're in perfect alignment with everything that you want. Accept it and expect it. Accept it and expect it. And then it unfolds in your life.
Just basically accepting that that's what it is and that's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what are your thoughts about? I had a little moment where I don't know if this will be called detachment or whatnot. Hi, Danny. I see Danny right there. I don't know if that will be a certain way of like detachment or whatnot, but it's like I had a moment where it was like, do I even love this individual? Like, it's like, it was just like a moment of like, yeah, it was just like, I questioned it because it's just like, I didn't feel the need, or I haven't been feeling the need of it, right? So to me, it was just like, is this what, loving without attachment is? But it just like, I just left it as that. I really didn't go into it. I really didn't want to think about I was doing anything wrong or anything like that. But it's like, because now it's like, through this whole experience, like I feel like I have learned to love people without actually thinking that there is anything wrong with me, right? If something doesn't play out a certain way, I'm like, okay. I mean, I created this in a sense, but I mean, it doesn't mean nothing's wrong with me, right? Like, it's okay. It's the same way I created this, I can create something else.
Yeah.
But I don't doubt myself. So that was kind of a question for me, was like, I don't know, it was just random. Like, it was just weird. I was like, do I even love this person? Like, do I or not? I don't know. It feels weird.
I got you. I don't think that's detachment. I think that's just a genuine question. When I think of detachment, especially from the perspective of love, it is me not being attached to everything playing out a specific way. I know that I love you, you love me, whatever the case may be, but I love you. Like, it doesn't matter how things unfold, whether I believe we're going to be together, whether it's a parent, you have different perspectives than me, whatever the case may be, I accept that my love for you, it just is, right? When I talk about love, even when we talk about the true essence of love, it's not that I love you in a sense of an act or a verb. It's just that I am love. There is just love. Love is just all that there is. And so I choose to see you from that perfect perspective, no matter what you do, right? I choose to continue to see you absolutely perfect. But once I go further than that, I'm like, I don't know if I really love this person. I don't even know if I really like that person. That's not, to me, I would not call that detachment. I would simply call that you questioning if you really love this person or not. But let me say one more thing, though, if you don't mind. So what often I will see, especially with people trying to choose a different version of their person, right? A new version of their specific person. The interesting thing about it is, why is it that once we get to a point where we seem to not really care about this person, they come back? It's almost as if once we get to the point where we understand that them wanting me or not wanting me is just a choice, then that is when they tend to flood in. And that is the moment where you decide, I can choose whoever I want, so why am I stuck on this? Why is that the case? Well, I'll pause there. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
You think you understand?
Thank you so much for answering my questions, like always.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What do you mean you think you understand, though?
I don't know, like that question throughout, it just literally, it's the first time that I question it.
Yeah.
Because it feels very different. So
Yeah.
me even questioning it was like, why am I questioning this?
Yeah.
If I thought I did, like, what's going on?
Yeah.
So, I don't know, it's just kind of, it was a very strange, I guess, question or feeling at the moment, but I didn't dwell into it. I just kind of dropped it. So, it's new to me, so I don't know.
Got you. I mean, that's it. I think it's just a genuine question. It's just gonna help you go deeper into the knowing of what you want, right? This is the interesting thing is that, like even like Tina just said, right? Hey, I've kind of lost this desire. So okay, hear me out. What if I totally let go the desire of someone? Maybe it's just not meant for me, right? So even that, right? What is the gaining or the lacking of the desire, except for you just choosing a different perspective, you having the ability to choose differently, right? I can ask myself, oh, is this meant for me or not? Well, I would say ask yourself the real question, do you want it or not? Why are we talking about the meant for me? It's all meant for you if you choose that you want it. If you choose that it's yours, of course it's meant for you because you are source. So even those questions of if it's meant for me or not, doesn't really matter. What are your changes and preferences showing you? It's just showing you that you always have a choice. You can always choose because you are source. So see it as such. You're just expanding. You're an infinitely expanding being. You are infinite, right? The definition of infinite is all that there is, and infinite is also always expanding. It's not stagnant. So this is your nature, is that as you're going through things, you can always make a choice. You can make a choice to change. You can make a choice to stay on that course.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Wonderful.
Okay. Definitely a good way of seeing it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you so much, Alex.
you.
Appreciate you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you as always.
Well, you guys have a good evening. I'll let somebody else jump in.
I appreciate you. Later, man.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hey there.
What's up? What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I just got on here. I'm usually here every night.
Love it. I love it.
Okay. I don't know the topic today, but since I got your ear, just drop some gems on me about wealth. I know that I can have anything I want.
Yeah.
I've adapted to that. Sometimes I feel like I have to stop myself from chasing money since I know I don't need to chase it. I can just have it, and I have it already.
Yeah.
But just give me some gems you got there.
Okay. So the first question I will ask, I'll get straight to it. Have you decided to stop chasing it as a technique to get it? Meaning because you believe that you are a source and you don't have to chase to get it, are you intentionally deciding, oh, I'm not going to chase as a technique to get it? Or do you just know that it doesn't matter if I chase, it doesn't matter if I sit down, I am prosperity, therefore it must show up in my life?
Probably need to work on that. I think I still feel like I'm having to put in effort.
Mm-hmm.
So I still show up. I don't know if I'm supposed to just still show up.
Absolutely.
Like, I still show up and do what I do. I just, I just do what I do. But I'm not like chasing it. I don't feel like I'm chasing it. It was a point where I knew I was chasing it. But sometimes I'm like, okay, let's make sure I'm doing the right things to put myself in alignment with it. But then I feel like that's just the more human part of me. And I'm really trying to release myself from that part.
Okay. I hear you. But you're thinking very physical. So I already see what we got to do. It's a very simple step for you. The simple step is going to get you what you want. All right. So right now you're still stuck in the physical realm of what should I or should I not do to get prosperity. But even that question of what should I do or what should I not do? Should I be more still? Should I do more? Right? Even that is the assumption that I don't have it and I have to be a certain way, act a certain way to get it. So it would be like me saying, right? It's exactly what it sounds like, right? Are you prosperity, or do you have to do more or do less to be prosperity? Which one is it?
I understand what you're saying.
You don't?
Just basically, once I make the choice, that's what the concern is. I have to make the choice and I just gotta make the choice. That's all I can keep telling myself, right?
That's it, right? Like, it doesn't matter what you do; it matters who's doing it. So take the focus off of what I do and put the focus on who am I. I'm prosperity, right? So the moment you decided you wanted prosperity, I have prosperity. Source said yes. God within you said yes. It's done. That's you. Your job is to simply stay in alignment with that source. How do you do that? By just saying it's already done. I'm already prosperity. Now, let's say that you have a decision to make about should I do more or do less? What I would advise you is, if you want to step into prosperity and know that whatever you do is perfect, make the decision that says, look, I am prosperity. Therefore, no matter what I do, it is perfect. Because even when we say like do nothing or do more, even that is implying that I have to do things a certain way to get it. But you don't. Whatever you do is prosperity because you are prosperity. Right? If right now you were starting a business and you decided you were successful and you hustled your ass off because you weren't being still and doing nothing, does that mean you're not prosperity? No. That's just what you're doing because that's just what you are. That's just who you are. You are prosperity and you're doing all these things because that's just you. And just being you is prosperity. All right? So whether you want to hustle, whether you want to sit your ass down, whether you want to do a mix on Mondays and Tuesdays, you work hard, and Wednesdays and Thursdays, your vacation. Whatever you do is from the identity of I am prosperity. Therefore, whatever I do is perfect.
I received. I understand that. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna lean into that. That's all. I knew you was gonna give it to me straight forward. That's all I needed. I'm gonna let somebody else go.
We got right to business, man. We got right to business. I appreciate that.
All right.
Cool. Thank you, man. You have a good day, Goddess.
You too.
Appreciate you. I love when it's just clicking for y'all. Right? One and done. Exactly. Are you doing it to get something? Because I've had some of y'all that have come up to me and be like, hey, Alex, look, more was happening when I was doing something. Now that I'm doing less, it's like nothing is happening. Okay. Are you doing less to get stuff? Because we can cut through the bullshit and get right to the problem right there. Are you doing nothing as a technique to get more? Or are you simply doing nothing because that's who you are? Listen. When I say be still and know that I'm God, what I'm trying to say is what? Be still and know that I'm God. What I'm trying to say is what? It's stop striving. Stop trying to think that you have to do things a certain way to get it, and just know that you are source. Just know. Because I'm perfect doesn't matter if I worked hard. Because I'm perfect doesn't matter if I reach out to them. Because I'm perfect doesn't matter if I take a nap. Because I'm perfect doesn't matter if I text back. Because I'm perfect doesn't matter if I block them. Because I'm perfect, it is done. I bless every decision, every step that I take as perfect because I am perfect. Do you hear me? I bless every step that I take as perfect because I am perfect. It's not about what I do. What I do is meaningless. I don't putting too much emphasis on what I'm doing is assuming I have to do something to be it. I have to do shit to be it. I can do whatever I want to be it. I am it. How can I try to be what I already am? How can I try to be what I already am? I was born it. I came out my mama's womb ready, you feel me? The doctor tried to spank me. I grabbed his hand. I said, not today, brother. Not today. I came out the womb ready, right? You simply are because you exist. That's it. You simply are because you exist. I'm great at pinpointing. I am. I am great at pinpointing. I ain't gonna lie to you. I already know that is a calling. But that's the thing, is that when you, like, the law is simple to me. It's very simple. And it's very, very, at this point, it's very easy to see things quickly. That's the thing, right? Is what y'all will notice. Okay, let me put this out here. Let me put everybody on blast real quick, myself included. What y'all will notice is anybody who joins, anytime y'all have a question, we get to the truth of how to get you the life that you want very, very quickly. What takes a long time is our acceptance. But this is even the Neville quote. You are already the person you desire to be. The only thing that's keeping you from seeing it is you refuse to believe it. So where is the work? The work is not on pinpointing what's going on. That's never what the work is, right? I can ask you 2 questions and know exactly what's going on. The point is getting you to accept it. Getting you to just accept that you're already that person. This is where most of the work is, right? Yeah. And then once you get there, you realize, damn, this shit wasn't difficult. I didn't need to be affirming all day through clenched teeth. I didn't need to be trying to visualize and wake up in the morning like, oh, fuck, did I do it right? Did I fall asleep when I was trying to visualize? I didn't need to do anything. I simply needed to accept I was already that person. That was it. Even when Neville says, right, feeling is the secret. What he's saying is, okay, let me put this in a different perspective. Okay, here it is. I think this will help. Think of your affirmations or your visualizations as a magic spell. Okay, it's a magic spell. Now let's really think about a magic spell. Let's say that you're watching somebody back in the day, ancestors, on a movie, and they're doing a magic spell. They got a cauldron. They're beating drums, right? They're putting spices in the cauldron. They're chanting shit, right? They just sacrificed a baby goat. It's bad and in the background, all right? Does anything that they're actually doing have power? No. None of that shit has power. But what is the importance of it? The importance of it is when I speak my intention over the spell, guess what? It, quote unquote, this is what we call it, impressing. It doesn't really impress. There's no subconscious mind to impress. There's only one mind. But what it actually does is it becomes a timestamp. Okay, let's really think about this logically, practically. I often ask y'all to get out of your logic. Today we're gonna get into it. Now, let's say that I do this spell, this love spell. Okay, I did the love spell. Okay, I put my intention in it. I am the person that has love because I did this spell. I'm that person. Now, let's say I'm walking through life the next day and I see this person. What do I think? I say, oh, I did the spell, so it must work. The spell itself had no power. My intention, because I said I'm that person, because I said this was going to happen, now it's done. That has the power. But the spell becomes a recall. It becomes a point of what? Remembrance. Is this coming full circle? It becomes a point of remembrance. So I'm going through life and I see something that's not what I want. And I say, oh no, I already did the spell. You get what I'm saying? I already did the spell. It allows me to remember a point in time. This is the same as your affirmations, your state akin to sleep. When Neville says, do the state akin to sleep, he's not saying there's power in it. That's just his technique. The same way somebody could tell you robotic affirmations. The same way somebody could say affirmations. The same way somebody could say do a love potion. The same way somebody could say listen to subliminals. Think about this, y'all. The same way that somebody can say anything, any technique. After the technique, it is done. Then Neville says what? Feeling is the secret. Accept the fact that you are the person you want to be. Once you do it, what is the important step? Acceptance. Accept it. It doesn't matter what process I do. Now I have to decide and accept. Magic, right? So this is your magic spell. Your affirmation, your visualization at one time was your magic spell. It is just you remembering that you're already that person. Oh, I already did it. I'm already that person. Does that thing have power? Hell no. It has no power. Okay? They're powerful techniques for remembering, but they have no top power by themselves. It's like driving a car without an engine. You are the engine. You give them power by saying, I remember that I am perfect, right? Whether you say because I did this or I remember, the important part is you've made a decision that you are that person. Whatever you want to attach to that decision, I am that person because I affirmed, I'm that person because of this, I'm that person because the moon, the satellite moon portal was out, the Lionsgate portal was out, and I howled at the moon. And I held up a baby goat. And I howled at the moon, right? Whatever you want to say, it simply becomes a point of remembrance that you are already that person. That is the magic. That is the magic. So this is a journey of remembering. You're not constantly saying the affirmations to put quarters in the vending machine of God and get a blessing out. That's not what's happening. You're doing them to remember. You're just reminding yourself you already are that person. And you can go through life without the affirmations, with them, with the visualizations, without them, and still be that person. Those things have no power without you. You are all powerful. You have so much power, you can decide that those things work. You have so much power that you can say, oh, this shit's not working. Our reality says yes. Okay? This is you. It's all you. It always is a choice. Whew. I feel like that was another light bulb moment. Well, it's just a point of remembrance. That's all. Beautiful, 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 beautiful.
I'm driving.
What's up?
So you have to love. I think I'm healed.
Of course you are. There's never anything here.
I thank you so much. I'm screaming from Germany.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Man, that hits me. That hits me. I thank you for the listener that was there before, because sometimes I think that we are smart. That is what my soul told me, actually. Like, you know, when you think that you surrender something, just to think that you surrender it in thinking that you're going to get what you want to get.
Yeah. We make a condition.
I think that spoke to me a lot, because it spoke to me in my heart, in my soul, so deep, because I was like, I'm not chasing, but inside me, there's still a chasing. When you say you are not chasing, but there's still something in you saying that, no, you're still chasing, even though you think that you surrender something. Mm-hmm. By not just accepting that you are that something. It's so deep. I don't know if somebody understands that.
Yeah.
We do understand that, but I don't think we apply it that much, because sometimes we try to control, right? That is what my soul tells me, like this control freak that is inside some of us, or all of us in a way, that we think that we got it.
Yeah, for sure.
It really heals me. Thank you so much.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate
it. It reminds me of that little girl that was always trusting, that knew, that was so safe in the unknown. I had that meditation last night. Something in my soul told me from 3 years to 7 how I really was so peaceful in the unknown.
Yeah.
And I think that really connects deeper to what I felt yesterday. Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank you. Thankful for the person that really asked that questions. I did get it, that you really asked it for all of us. Absolutely. We're here for a purpose, really.
Absolutely. Like, it's all connected, right? Like, we're all on this journey together. I love what you just really said. Deep. Yeah, I love what you just said about it makes you realize or remember that little girl that used to just be committed to know it.
Yeah.
One thing that really transformed my perspective on this journey was realizing that before I knew about vibration and alignment and frequencies and all these things, I was already creating. I just wasn't creating from the knowing that, oh, I am source and everything is always working out and I can choose what I want. So once I cut out all that middle, right, and started like, oh, I can just go back. I can enjoy life. I can just enjoy every moment, have fun in life. I can love people like I want to. And then I can just expect that everything is working out. And then I can make a choice on what I want. That was the magical moment. Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember. I don't know what to say. It's remembering. It's remembering who we are
It's remembering.
deeply.
It is
Thank you
remembering.
so much.
Absolutely. I appreciate
It's
you.
remembering. The knowing that we used to have. I knew that I'm source. I knew as a little girl. I knew I wasn't. There was zero worries.
Yeah.
Worries.
Yeah. Yeah.
None of these things really matters because I knew that my needs were always met.
Yeah.
I'm always taken care of. I'm
Yeah.
always loved.
Yeah. And you
And
still.
yesterday,
Oh, go ahead.
I
man.
remember it so heavily that my soul just started dancing. That little child that lost joy, that little girl. I'm a very joyful person. Since I come to Germany, I started noticing that something is missing.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the cold of the country because I'm actually original from Namibia.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's something that I make up in my head, but I've noticed that I've lost my joy at a certain time. And yesterday, when I started remembering all this, it really brought joys. And I mean, that really hits me. I feel myself. If nobody feels me, I feel myself.
And that's all that matters, right? And that is all that matters. It's beautiful. It's absolutely a journey of remembering. It's not a journey of striving and trying to be more. It's remembering who you've always been. It's such a beautiful realization.
Thank you. I will let you go. I have to go. I'm at work. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody.
Thank you. I
Please
appreciate
keep
it.
on asking those questions. You are healing all of us, everybody there in the chat.
Thank y'all, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, girl.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, goddess. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, I think that I'm going to need to mute my mic.
Yeah.
But the question that I have is, I want to be at that point where when I say word thing come through, like what I asked before, like if I say, okay, I want him to text me, boom, that happens. Or if let's talk about health, like for example, I have a friend that is at the hospital, and I can say like, okay, no, she's getting out, she's going to be okay, and boom, that happens. Like, how can I get at that point?
Okay. What makes you think that you're not at that point right now? What makes you think that right now you are not at that point? What makes you think that right now you can't simply decide that things are better, money is there, people are healed, and they are? Why don't you believe that?
I do, but it's just I don't see it on my reality. I know it might be like venting, but I want to experience that if I say, I'm going to experience it mostly like immediately.
Okay. That can be your reality, all right? But if you are waiting on reality to show you that it's immediate, it can never be immediate because you're judging yourself on reality. right? If I'm waiting for reality to show me something, then I've decided that I am not. Me saying I have to see reality do something is me deciding I am not. What y'all will notice if you go on this, as you're on this journey, is the more that you focus on self, the more you accept who you are, the more that you really start to commit, right? Life and death is in the power of the tongue, and those that love it will eat its fruit. The more you begin to love the law, love your words, love the stories that you're telling, commit to yourself, the quicker you will see things show up in your life. These changes are absolutely instant because right now there is only you. Like, you are reality. Your reality is a mirror of you. The only reason that we don't see it instantly is because we have not fully decided that we are that person. I cannot decide I'm that person and still be looking outside for confirmation. So it all comes back to me. How committed, how much conviction can you have in the deciding that this person is better, that this money is here, and decide that you are that person without a shadow of the doubt in such a convincing way that reality has to change right now? How can you do that, right? It's always what it comes down to.
That's because, for example, when I found you, like 1 week after, like my SP, my boyfriend, whatever, like, he texted me, and that same night, he went home. We're not like together yet, but I mean, I know, like, that's enough for me. I know, even though sometimes I don't feel like it, or I don't feel like the connection, or I don't feel like anything, or even though when I'm studying, I feel like, okay, I'm gonna cry today, and I know that tomorrow I will keep on the same page I was before, or else, like, I know. Right now, it doesn't even matter for me if he comes like today, tomorrow, or else, but I want to prove myself that I can make it immediately. Like, I don't have the urgency for him to come back, but I want to prove myself that I can make it.
But that's the thing, right? Is that the more that you are looking outside of you to prove that it is done right now, the longer it'll take. The moment that you decide that it is done right now, that is the moment where it actually becomes done right now. Right? So you continuously looking outside, it doesn't, like, however you want to dress it up, you are still trying to be convinced by external reality that you can do something. So you waiting for that validation from external reality is the very reason that you don't have it. How do you decide? How do you know that things can show up immediately right now? It's a choice. It's you making the choice that you are the person that the moment you embody it, it is immediate and it is done. It's not necessarily self-doubt or impatience. It's not necessarily any one of them. It is simply my needing that validation from external reality. I need to prove to myself that hear what I'm saying out of love. I need to prove to myself that I am the person that can manifest quickly by getting validation from external reality. No, it doesn't work like that. I need to know that I am the person that manifests instantly, and then reality will validate that knowing within me. So it comes back to, okay, you can't make external reality your crutch. You can't make it your end all be all. You can't make it your affirmation. You have to be your own affirmation because you are source. Reality can only mirror you.
Okay, I think I'm getting the point.
Okay.
Let me put another example.
Okay.
What about if I have a friend that is in a hospital,
Okay.
like coma? I want her to go out. Of course, I want to see her in my reality to come out of the hospital. I'm sorry, I'm crying.
It's okay.
She's already gone, but I feel like this guilt that I could have made something else for her. Like, I don't want to be in this position anymore. So what if another friend or family member is at the hospital? I want to see that in my real life. Like, okay, no, they're coming out of the hospital with wealth, healthy and stuff, and that actually happens. At that point, I will be at that urge that I want them to be fine. How can I get that? I mean, those kind of experiences or manifestations are instantly. Or what about, let's say, oh, I need to pay my rent. I have 3 days. How can I get that money at that point?
Okay.
Or at this point when I'm telling you, I know I have the money, I know that I'm going to get it, but I don't see it.
Okay.
And I do have a due date.
Okay. Hear me out, because this is going to be an important lesson, right? Because you're not far from any of these. You already have all of these things. The only thing that continues to hold you up, that is constantly in your face, it is this needing of external reality to prove to you that you are the person that you already are. You have to decide that you're already that person before reality can show up. Now, does that mean that you won't be sad during it? No. Does it mean that you won't be anxious because of deadlines? No. It does not mean any of that, right? But you, like, even your focus on the awareness of a deadline can only exist if you don't have it, if you haven't made it, right? So the deadline only exists in the reality where you don't have something. Let me give you an example. Okay, I talk about one of my clients who needed an amount of money to pay off some things. It was a large amount of money. It's over $10,000, right? And she made the decision that there was no due date. I have the money right now, no matter what. I have it. Therefore, reality must give it to me. That due date came and passed. And I thought she was booking again to give me some good news. And she booked it. I was like, no, it's passed. But I already have it. I can't focus on the due date. Why would I focus on the due date? The due date just implies I don't have it. Okay? And I've told this story. You might have heard it, right? To where a couple of days later, she had some friends over, and all of them left, and there was a lottery ticket. It was a scratch off. She called all of her friends, like, whose is this? Nobody claimed it. Nobody claimed it, all right? And on it, she won more money than she needed. What actually happened is that because she decided that she already had it, because she stuck to that decision, no matter what reality was showing her, she had to move to a reality where it was true. It had to verify her. And this is with everything. The moment that you decide that people in your life are healthy, the moment you decide that you have this money, the moment that you decide these things and you decide those things, that I am the person that has those, I have them, irrespective of what reality is showing me, that is the moment where all of reality will move for you. But you have to make the choice first. The only thing, right, that is stopping you right now, perspective-wise, is this desire, this hunger for reality to prove to you that you're already this person. When the only person that can decide that you're already that person is you. You're already the person who has experienced your friend coming out perfect, healthy, wealthy, and all of those things, right? You're already that person who has that everything is taken care of. You're already that person that is divinely supported. You don't have to become these persons, these people, this person. You just have to remember that you've always been it. You've never not been it. You've always been this person. You've always been absolutely perfect and absolutely supported. And because of your presence, everybody in your life has been absolutely blessed. You have to remember that about yourself. You just have to accept. You have to stop trying to remember it. Stop trying to be it and simply know it. Go to the truth. Go to the center of who you are. I am this. I am this. And from that perspective, from that knowing, all these things can be added to you. Right? That is where the magic is.
Thank you for remembering it.
Absolutely. I already see you with everything that you desire. Okay? I already see you with it. It's already done. In my reality, it is done. You have what you need. You have the money you need. Okay? Your friends are perfectly healthy. Everything is beautiful right now. Right? It's your entire life is just as beautiful as you. It's just a reflection of you. Right? You are the God. You are the goddess walking through life divinely and infinitely supported. This is your reality from now on. You don't need reality, or you don't need the external reality to validate you. You validate yourself, and external reality bends to your will because you are source, because you are God. Right? You have everything. It's already done. It is already done. Reality is just moving to reveal the truth that you already know. It's already done, so reality has to move and shift to reveal the truth that you have already known from this moment. It's never too late to turn it around. There's never a due date that is holding you back. There is never an external situation that has to show you something to prove to you that you're already that person. Make the decision now. You've already made that decision. Now just remind yourself, when you feel doubt, remind yourself it's already done. Remind yourself everything is working out. Remind yourself that you can feel your feelings and still be that person. You still are that person. Nothing can take that away from you. As long as your heart beats, you are that person divinely supported. This is how you know you're divinely supported, because you don't have to even work to control your heart and beat it. It just beats. This is how divinely supported you are by source. Right? Allow that to be your reality.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. Love y'all, by the way. Hope y'all know that. What's up? What's up?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I am always blessed. Always blessed.
What am I like? I kind of feel stuffy. My kids gave me their cold, and you know they get better in like 2 days, 2 business days, and then you're sick forever.
Right.
Like, forgive me if I sound a bit like stuffy, but I heard you said I think it's twice now that there is no subconscious mind.
Yes.
And I have a piece I'm writing on the subconscious mind right now. And so I just wanted to find out what you mean by that.
Okay. I mean exactly what I mean. I mean, there's no, there is no subconscious mind to impress. People can tell me that there's a subconscious mind that controls their reality, but they can't prove it. They can't touch it. They can only tell me what they've heard from somebody else. They have never, right? Oh, here we go. We are in the creation of God. We are not him. You are God, all right? Y'all argue for y'all limitations somewhere else. When we talk about the subconscious mind is simply an excuse that most people use not to get what they want, right? It's saying, oh, today I'm not that thing. But if I reprogram my subconscious mind, then one day I will be everything that I desire to be. But when is that day? Well, honestly, it is the day that we choose. It is the day that we choose that it is impressed. Okay? That is it. The day that I choose that, okay, my subconscious mind is impressed, the day that I choose that I am that person, that is when everything works out. So what is it that actually determines how life unfolds, how my manifestations unfold? Okay? It is simply me making the choice right now that I'm already that person. Now everything can be added to me.
Alright, I get but maybe if I tell you what I think the subconscious mind is, then like we could probably start from there.
Cool.
I think it's probably best to put it like a mind you it's like a shadow that's walking in front of you, basically. So alright, let me give a story or a scenario. So I always hear people say, oh, when I go somewhere, people are always jealous of me, or women don't like me, or they tell themselves that narrative, but it always points out to me that this person doesn't like themselves. So on a subconscious level, they probably talk down to themselves or say you're not worthy or good enough for connections, whatever it is they're telling themselves, and then it kind of like reflects that in their reality. So they go out there and people kind of like sense that because the subconscious itself shows people that, and they kind of pick up on it, and the person now sees that reflected in your world. So I just think it's like a mind that you don't really control. It's like programmed from like years of things you've been telling yourself, or people telling you, or even from the womb, from your mother, like what she's been through, carrying you as a baby. All of that stuff kind of like is there. And so when you're doing shadow work is when you can like reprogram most of it or change it. So it's like a deep like sense of self that does its own thing, but you can reach it to like change your world if you want to.
Okay. I hear you. That makes sense.
Yeah, I can.
That makes sense, but I don't agree with that. To me, why I don't though, it's not because it doesn't make sense. It's because it still just implies separation. It implies something that I have to work to find, and something that is almost this adversary in my life, right? When I think of, okay, there's these things from my parents or from old ways that I've been brought up that are holding me back right now, that I have to dig up and uncover to change them and reprogram to get the life that I want. To me, it implies that there's there's the conscious mind and there's something else. To me, there's only one mind. There's one mind, there's one law, right? I am in one reality, there's one God, there's one everything, right? There's just one. And so me separating it would be me not being able to accept. It would be the inability of me to accept that right now I am absolutely perfect. Because I wouldn't be. I would have to change certain thought. Well, I'm perfect in source, but in order for me to be perfectly in alignment to get the things that I want, then I'd have to go through this other part of me that is still holding on to certain things that that can impede me getting what I want. So let me say one more thing. So even if I was able to say, okay, look, there's a deeper mind, but that deeper mind simply accepts everything that I declare as true in this moment, I'm cool with that. But once we talk about reprogramming, anytime we talk about reprogramming, that's when I become very stubborn.
Is what you're doing, like reprogramming, basically? Because to tell somebody that they have to accept that they're perfect no matter what, it's gonna work out for them. Like, that's reprogramming, because in reality, if you stay practical, you don't see that. Like, for instance, the comment on your YouTube the other day about the car. Like, people stay in that practical realm of like what they see and what they know is true based on like proof of it. But what you're telling somebody is to accept that they are perfect and whole, and no matter what is going to work out. That is kind of a reprogramming in itself. And I think what you're saying is kind of like what I'm saying in a way, but I'm not thinking of the subconscious mind as something I just think it's a deeper mind that you cannot like access, like I can't find the words, but your subconscious mind, it does not have any hold on, I'm gathering my thoughts.
Yeah, no problem.
So in your mind, you could like rewrite the story or say to yourself, something isn't this, something isn't that, or it is this, or it is that. But the subconscious mind is just years of things you've been told or things you've told yourself. And so it kind of like plays out and you are not really controlling it. That's why I think it's the subconscious mind.
I see.
Because you're doing things without knowing why you do them.
Gotcha. No, I see. I agree. I think what you're saying makes absolutely logical sense. But if I have to go through time to reprogram something, then that's implying I'm not that person. So I hear you when you say, okay, well, even me telling somebody to accept that they are perfect right now is a reprogramming. I wouldn't say that. I would say that is remembering. That is making a decision right now. That is keeping my power right now in this moment. So it's remembering. It's a choice right now. If I'm reprogramming, then my power is not necessarily in this moment. My power is in this moment to start reprogramming. But when is the reprogramming done or finalized? When is it revised, right? So even the subconscious mind, those things that we're talking about, they're just theories. They're all just stories. The concept of the subconscious mind is just a story that someone is communicating to explain how they view source. And I can hear 20 different opinions on it, right? But all of it is just like, you can't touch it. It's just a thought. It's a form of thought that I believe is keeping me separate from something. So in that part is where I'm seeing distance. It's not that I would even argue if the subconscious is real or not. That's not even my argument. That could never be my argument. My argument is, does it imply I'm not that person right now? Well, if it's yes, then no, that's a limiting belief to me.
I see where you're going. Okay. Cool. I had another question. It's about well, it's not a question. It's my testimony, basically, my success story. I haven't booked a session with you, but I've been on your page for a little while, just listening to you.
Yeah.
And it's like I needed two pieces of a puzzle to kind of complete the whole picture, and you were able to help me like figure it out and just get things simplified, kind of like what you just said, where you're not looking to overcomplicate your life or make things separate, so you have to go through a lot of hoops to make sense of your life. You just kind of stick to this simple story and that's it.
Yeah.
So I was going through a divorce, and it was a very hard one. If you could think of the worst thing somebody could go through in a divorce, I went through it. But the whole time, I did not know why I was going through a divorce or why I was being threatened with losing my kids and just being homeless, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And I just keep getting like physical proof of people telling me that they're going to take my kids and I'm going to just lose or keep on losing stuff. And so I kind of stayed in that reality of, this is what it is. This is what they were saying, and this is what's going to happen. Yes, I kept the faith. Yes, I tried to rewrite the stories, but I stayed in that reality of what is going on.
Okay.
And I got to a point where I just could not figure out what else to do. I was fighting for my kids as much as I could, but all I was receiving was like more backlash. It felt like the more I fought for my kids, the more I was losing them.
Yeah.
Until one day I decided that I wouldn't do it anymore because we're going to trial. Things don't seem like it's going to end.
Yeah.
And I just sat there and I asked myself, like, if you could redo everything, like, would you say to yourself that you could do it a better way? And
Here we go.
the answer was no.
Okay.
I pretty much did everything I could for myself, for my kids. I made the right choices. Even that, I was just like, not sure if I made the right choice leaving, if that's the reason why everything is tumbling down. I just didn't know. And so I had to like stay in the now, that now I do have my kids half the time. Yes, I don't have them full time like before, but now I have them half the time, and that is real. You know, people are saying, oh, you could lose your kids because of your situation. Like, you haven't lost them yet. So I had to stay in that reality. And then also tell myself that you've done the right things. You've done everything you could do. And so you've made the right choices. So there's nothing else you can do, basically. Yeah. You just have to, like, let it go. And I think that's the beauty of loss, is that you've come to a point where your physical self has done everything, and now you just have to be. And so, hold on.
Yeah.
1 minute.
No problem.
So, I was okay just being and just accepting that I'd done everything I could possibly do, but I just couldn't live with what was going to happen.
Okay.
And then I was asking you about, like, how do you stay faithful throughout the chaos, like all of that stuff, and you gave me your answers, and I applied that to my life. And I just told myself that I am who I am regardless. If I don't have my kids, then that's just what it is. I am myself. I am my own person. This is my day. This is what I do throughout my day. This is what I'm doing throughout my life. No matter what's going on external of me, I remain the same. And I kept holding on to that faith that I have dreams, I have goals, I have places I want to be, I have things I want to do. And so this one thing, yes, it's going to be tragic if it does happen, but I keep telling myself it won't. Like, I'm seeing my kids, they're here right now. I'm not in that place where I don't have them. And so I was surprised when I got like an email from my lawyer. It was like Friday. We're supposed to go to court tomorrow, and my ex-husband settled on everything. Every single thing. Like, I was just like shocked. But not shocked, because I already told myself I'm divorced and this is what's gonna happen, and I need my kids now, and that's what it's gonna be. So I was surprised he didn't even want to go to trial, and he was the one requesting it. Mm-hmm. I also got a few more good news coming in there, because I've shared plenty.
No, keep
so
going.
I just wanted to say thank you. And I wrote under your YouTube post that that I am perfect, always imperfect. You know, I don't know if you remember that post. And the guy came on there about the car. This stupid guy.
yeah, I remember that.
I was just like, if you ever know like what Alex is doing for people right now, you just shut up. Like, just shut up. Because you have no idea. There's a woman right now awaiting to go to trial to hear like the worst news of her life. Because let me tell you, I didn't have any chances of winning on that trial. Because I wasn't going to go on there and go over all the stuff I went through. I was just going to sit there and agree to everything. Because I was just tired. It's been 2.5 years. And so I just was like, if you just shut up, sir. Like, with your stupid car analogy. Nobody cares about that. And then on top of that, by the end of the day, I got the good news. I was like so grateful. I even made a video, and I was going to post it, but I said, nah, I don't want people in my business. But I just didn't know how to thank you. And so I was going to send you a DM, but it's fine. I can let all the naysayers in your comments hear that Alex out here doing work. Alex out big man. Y'all need to shut up. So thank you so much. Like, you have no clue like how much you've helped me. Like, you have no idea. And I just want to tell you thank you.
I appreciate you. Look, I can say whatever, right? But you had to make the choice. the beautiful thing about that story is it just goes back to what we always talk about. The situation might not look ideal, but the God within me is perfect, so the situation is absolutely unfolding perfectly. This is just the statement of life. It does not matter what it looks like. The situation does not have to look perfect, but I am. The situation could look like whatever, but I am perfection. I am the perfection within the situation, right? You are the glitch within the matrix. You are the perfection within reality, and therefore reality must reflect you. Right? That's a beautiful story. I love that you were in that situation, and I love knowing, right, that even from this point forward, it's you have found your personal savior, right? You have found that I am within you. You have found that part of you that will deliver you and be with you through whatever you go through in your life. You'll never be alone, and you never have been alone. You've always been divinely supported. And it even goes back to, sometimes that quote unquote rock bottom, that part of us, or that time where we're just like, bro, look, no matter what, it's just unfolding perfectly. It is perfect. I don't really know what else to do. You just hit that point where you have no choice but to surrender. It is such a powerful place to be, because this is when you start actually relying on I am and stop trying to micromanage everything. Just you getting to the point where you accept it. Look, it's going to unfold perfectly. It's fine. Everything it is what it is, right? I am source. Even when you had the feelings, like even if I lose it, right? Even if it doesn't go that way, I am source. But the thing about that is, even through saying that, the most important thing is I am source. So you can't lose anything because you are source. It all must work out for you, right? So it just goes back to that knowing that you are source, that knowing that you are everything. That is the perspective that can save y'all from everything. It saves you from the financial situation, saves you from the relationship situations, saves you in the situations where you're trying to protect your family. It is your savior.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because even the past 2 weeks when I found out we're going to trial, all of that, like so much happened. My lawyer, they changed over my lawyer. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
And then they changed where we're going to have court, and they changed like a bunch of stuff. And I was like freaking out because I wasn't freaking out. I was just so calm, and I'm like, girl, are we high? And I didn't know about it, because you are so calm right now, and there's a whole storm outside. I was just calm because I sat with myself and I said, what it is that you want? Like, what do you want? Yes, they're telling you this, and you're seeing this aligning with whatever they're saying. What is it that you want? And then my lawyer came, and she's like throwing stuff at me, like, oh, if you give him this that I've already won, then you can leverage. And I'm like, I'm not leveraging anything. At first I said, all right, cool, like if you think I'm gonna get the better outcome, I'll leverage that. And then I sent her a text. I said, I'm not leveraging nothing.
Yeah.
I basically, in Jamaica, we have a saying, if a dirt, a dirt. It just means if whatever it is, it is. Like, I'm not going to fight. Whatever happens, happens. If he wants to go over trial over it, he wants to go to trial over it, it's fine. Like, I'm good, because I know that I want this world. And I had this journal prompt, this journal entry from like when the divorce started, where I wrote out my day after the divorce was done. And I read that over and over again. I was fasting. I fasted for like 3 days. And I just kept reading over and over again. Like, this was me before all the chaos. This is what I wanted. This is what I saw for myself. And this version now is just full of a lot of distractions. Yeah. So let's go back. Let's backtrack a bit. And let's just stay in that world, because that is truly what I wanted. Yeah. And without a doubt, that's exactly what I got. Without a doubt. Everybody was surprised. My mom was surprised. Everybody. Nobody expected that. Yeah.
So, this is beautiful. What advice would you give somebody going through a tough situation right now with the knowing of what you know? What advice would you give someone?
the first thing would be to release any control you have of anything. I think earlier someone was talking about suffering, and I was gonna come and define suffering because I too resonated with suffering. Like, oh my God, I'm suffering right now. But what I realized was I was suffering because I thought I owned my kids. I thought I owned people. I thought I owned getting good things happening to me because I've been good my entire marriage. But it's not real. Like, you don't control anything at all but yourself or how you react.
Exactly.
So even if they do take my kids, because that's the theme of the whole thing. That's why I have fear. I have fear of losing my kids. I didn't have any fear of losing anything else but my children. And when they told me I could lose my kids, I felt like I had nothing else.
Yeah.
Like, what else is there? I also felt bad, like, oh my God, how would my kids view me? What would happen to them? And so I just wanted to just like have a little crystal ball and just kind of control everything.
Yeah.
But I cannot. Like, I can't. What I can control is how I react or how I would fix the situation after this thing happens. And I think it would apply to money or losing people is the same thing. Like, everything external of you, you kind of don't control it. Even when you want someone to come into your life, like, you don't control how they come in. You can control how you feel about them or like the end goal. Like, you know for sure, okay, I want this specific person.
Yeah.
How do you feel when you have that specific person is what you can control, or yourself when you're with that specific person is what you can control. But you can't control how they come into your life.
Exactly.
When you can't control either, because we're living in this reality where time is weird.
Yeah.
So you cannot control that. You can probably control like how they show up. Like, you fix yourself, because I believe you attract people that you are at the time. So if you are a person that's partying all the time, throwing up the next day, eating shitty, not going to the gym, rotting on the couch, don't have anything going on for you, you're broke, you're looking for someone to fix your situation, that's who you're gonna attract. Even if they're dressed up in a 3-piece Gucci suit, I guarantee you, he's a bum. I guarantee you he's a bum. He's just hiding it. But if you say to yourself, you know what, I'm a boss girl, I can pay my bills. If someone else comes and wants to take over my bills, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I have my own car, I can take myself places. If he wants to buy me a better car, that's good. Like, be your own sugar daddy and you will attract a sugar daddy. Like, that's what I always tell people. If you want to be treated like a princess, be your own prince, and then you'll attract your prince. Like, they want to come in and they want to do more. Like, they just have that feeling that they should do more. Like, I just think this girl is high maintenance, so I need to do more. But if you are saying to yourself, I'm broke, I'm wearing a $5 wig, some $2 heels, and a little spaghetti dress, and I'm going to go out here and show my ass because that's the best thing I have, then they're just going to look at you as low-hanging fruit or just cheap, and that's how they're going to treat you. They may spend $200 on you that night, hit it, not call you back the next day. So I just think, focus on yourself, and you'll be good. And I have to apply that to my situation and just really focus on myself. Focus on what I want to do with my life, regardless. If my kids are not there, regardless, who are you? And my kids want to stay with me, obviously, because I got the good news that this is the situation, this is what happening. So
wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful, beautiful. What I really love about y'all telling me y'all success is once we start breaking down the law, once it clicks and you apply it and whatever happens, we all have different interpretations. We all have our different assumptions, which is perfectly fine, right? Because that is all life is. It's my assumptions. My reality is my assumptions. Yours is your assumptions, right? So as we continue to go down, our assumptions change and evolve, and it grows. But we find these assumptions that fit us and are perfect for us in whatever situation we're dealing with. And that assumption allows us to live the life that we want. So it's just constant walking through life and saying, okay, what do I want? Make a choice, and then choose the assumptions that go along with it to allow that to show up in my life. So I love when y'all come up here because it's always different perspectives, because you can say something. You've already said so many things in ways that I don't articulate, in ways that I just can't, right? Because our perspectives are different. Our lives are different, right? The way that we communicate is different. But it's beautiful because, so many other people can get touched by in different ways when we communicate that message differently. But I got to go to the bathroom real quick. So I'm gonna let you talk to everybody while I'll be right back.
Okay. I think, well, with Jenny, you were saying, but that being your own prince is not like making it to happen. What do you mean? Like, if you're being your own prince, or like I say, be your own sugar daddy, take care of yourself, you kind of attract that. That's what I was kind of saying. I don't know if that's what your question was about. Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for listening. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Elia. Like, if you're being your own prince, it's like someone gave this beautiful analogy that if you're in your house, right, and you're hungry and you don't have any food at all in your house, and someone shows up with pizza or anything, you'll just be so grateful for it. You just grab it without even thinking, where did this pizza come from? Did they touch it with their hands? You don't have any questions of where it's coming from, what it is. You're just hungry, so you're gonna take it, right? But if you have your house fully stocked with food, you're fine, and someone shows up and they have like DiGiorno pizza, you'll be like, I don't even eat pepperoni. Like, I don't eat DiGiorno. I don't eat frozen pizza. You kind of become more picky, and they will know, okay, I'm showing up to this person's house. They always have food. They always have abundance. Like, let me bring more. Like, they put more effort. So even though they might not be bringing you a feast, they'll bring something proper, because they know you probably have pizza in your freezer. They know you probably have food or something at your house to eat. So they're going to bring you something of value. It's kind of like that. So you already have these things, and so you attract people who already have it themselves and is willing to give you more. Is basically what I'm trying to say. Oh, Chrissy, you're Jamaican? Okay.
What was the question you were answering?
They were asking about the prince, like saying being your own prince doesn't make it that you get your prince. I think that's the question she was asking.
Gotcha.
What's her name? Glow Up with Jenny.
Being a prince doesn't. I guess I could have just scrolled back, huh? But that being your own prince is not like making it to happen. I also see being your own prince prevents you from waiting for someone else to be that for you. All right, here let's go to the center of this, right? When we start, because remember, y'all, whenever we start talking about what we have to do to get something, okay, me saying I have to do something to get something is me assuming I'm not that person. Now, keep in mind, whatever assumption that you have right now, you have an assumption that you have to be this person to attract it, right? It can be like my goddess is on right now, right? You can believe that I have to do this to get it. Or I can simply know that I am it, and no matter what I do, I can receive whatever I want. Either way I go, it's just a story, right? So I still, at the end of the day, have to choose which story I want to abide by. That's it, right? So don't get too caught up in this is how this person manifests, this is how this person manifests, right? Be more concerned with, okay, when I hear these things, when you hear what I'm saying, when you hear what anybody is saying, is that in alignment with how you want to live your life? That's all you have to ask. Everybody's going to create. We're all going to create differently. We all have different assumptions, right? So I'll say there's only one law. It's I am. There's source. There's God. There's all that there is. Everything after that is just you utilizing the power of God in your life. You can tell whatever story you want. All of life is a story. Everything is just a story, right? So don't worry about, okay, if they do this way or I do this way, which way is right or wrong. None of it. The only thing that's right or wrong is your implication that you're not the person to get what you want. That is where it's limiting. But everything else in the middle, don't get caught up in the middle. The middle is just the middle. Everything else, don't get caught up in it. There's only one law, it's I am. Do you want to live by that law? If yes, do it. If not, cool. But you're already the person that you desire to be.
Yes, you are. And you are perfect and whole from birth. And that's what I was trying to say before, that I've gone through life where people tell you, oh, your physical appearance is not enough, or where you're from is not enough, or the education you don't have or have is not enough.
Yeah.
And so you kind of like feel that limitation because they told you so.
Yeah.
And you spent so many years, sweat, tears probably, trying to attain these things, only to find out when you go through the spiritual journey, the dark night of the soul, do the shadow work, that you were okay from the get-go, like from day one. Even thinking back to when you were a child, when you had no sense, when you were just running around doing crazy things, like you're perfect. I look at my kids and I try not to like tell them, put them in the little boxes, like don't do this, don't put that there, or whatever. I just watch them be perfect chaos because they are perfect right now. They're closest thing to God. They don't have anybody telling them to change anything. They just kind of do stuff, and you learn so much from kids because they're raw and real and authentic.
Yeah.
And you go out in the real world, and adults are just like one big glob of sadness because always they want something. They always want something. They always want more money, a friend. They always need clothes, whatever. And I'm like, you don't need all of that.
Yeah.
You don't need it. Sometimes they're not even asking for what they need.
Here's the glob of
Sometimes they're saying,
sadness.
oh, I need a person, and in order for me to get the person, I have to get my body done.
Yeah.
All right, it's going to take you a certain amount of time or money to get that body done or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And you're also attracting a vain person. What do you want? You have to go down to the root of it. What is it that you truly, truly want?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I find people easy because it's more like focusing on yourself. If you have it here, like if you're okay with yourself, you can sit with yourself in quiet, like you don't need friends to go anywhere. You don't need even music sometimes.
Yeah.
You will find that you attract the right people.
You'll find
You don't have to do anything. I swear to you, you don't have to do anything to attract the right people.
Sure
Just
don't.
be okay with yourself as you are.
There we go. Let's get to that root right there. That's the perfect
Don't leave
one.
your life because what?
I didn't know if you were. I think you were cutting out. I just thought you were done, but you cut out.
Okay, you were asking me something?
No, you had cut out, but I thought you were done, so I was just speaking.
Okay.
No,
All right,
basically,
I think I took over your life and I should go.
I got one more question for you. Somebody else asked this question. It's a different question though. Okay, the
Okay.
question that they asked is a YouTube question. It says, I have a question about the situation concerning loss. I just want to hear your perspective. Or if anybody else wants to join and get y'all perspective on this one too, because I like this question. on the situation concerning loss, at what point does death become as natural as life? As in, at what point does what happened, someone's death, someone's loss, someone's transitioning, actually become okay? You want to take a stab at it?
Well, at what point does someone's loss become okay?
Yeah. At what point does death just become as natural as life? Right? Babies are born, people
I would
pass.
ask somebody like, when you're alive, if you know why you're alive or if you know why you're here, it kind of makes death not this horrible thing as people say it is. Because we are souls that came here for a purpose. I think of us as nodes. I think you put it as nodes one time. So we are just like little nodes of the source. And we come here to Earth School to feel like there's gonna be some kind of like pain or wound that you receive. And going through life, shit's gonna happen. So while going through life, all these things are happening. Your only sole purpose is just to heal it. Feel it and heal it. That's what it is. You're bringing back information to the source. I can go into another analogy to explain it, but that's gonna be like really deep.
Go ahead.
So basically, being here, you said what?
Oh, I said go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. So basically, being here, you want to come and experience the human experience, and it's going to involve a lot of pain, of course, loss, of course. All of it is just like giving information back to the source, pretty much, so that the source itself can have this all-knowing, all-seeing, all whatever. That's why I would like to go deeper to explain it.
Okay.
When someone has transitioned, they have gone back to the source, basically. So they're not in your reality, but they're not also dead. Like they already had their story played out, they did their part, and now they're going back to the source. They're going back home.
Yeah.
I think if I go deeper, it will make sense.
Go ahead.
So, where should I start? I'm gathering my thoughts, okay.
No problem.
Yeah, it's kind of like we are first spiritual. It's kind of connected to reincarnation,
Okay.
or just like it's not ending. It just keeps on going like a wheel, if I should say. So when someone transitions, it's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing, because coming here is a bad thing. That's why they always say it's the reverse. When someone's born, you cry, but when they die, you rejoice or you celebrate. Because they've done their time, they've served their purpose, and now they're going back to the source. Like they've done their part, and so we are the ones that are experiencing the loss of them, because we have this memory of them. We've attached so much to these people, their laugh, their smile, how they make us feel.
Yeah.
Just like, who they were. But you put it beautifully, and I asked that question one day. What if you wake up and you don't remember anything? You won't even know how to drive. You won't even know how to speak. You won't know anything, so you won't have any memory of those people that you've lost.
Yeah.
Or you think you've lost, but you don't lose them. And if you believe in like ancestors and all of that stuff, it's the same thing that they're saying, that these people are a part of you. So I'll give you an example. I have an aunt that passed away when I was like 14 or so. And she was dear to my heart. She was a hairstylist. And she passed away suddenly. Nobody expected it. I was sad for a little bit, but I'm very detached from Aquarius, so it's not really, emotions don't really work well for me.
Okay.
But I felt her loss because I wanted her to teach me a lot more about hairstyling, and I never got the chance to, apart from just when she did my hair. And I remember when I decided I want to go to cosmetology school, I want to be a hairstylist. I already was doing braiding and weaves at my home salon, but I had no clue about other stuff.
Okay.
And I was terrified of working with customers, which nobody understood. Like, why are you terrified? You have experience working with customers. I'm like, what if I cut somebody's hair off? Like, what if I bleach their hair wrong? Like, there's a lot that could go wrong. And I just didn't feel confident doing it.
Okay.
And I remember just saying to myself, if my aunt is a direct person in my bloodline, and she was this well sought after hairstylist, I must have memory of that.
Yes.
I have to have memory of that. And I just channeled her energy pretty much, like just tell myself that I'm my aunt. Because she already contributed in some way to this reality that I'm fortunate to be in. She has learned or probably made mistakes that I can pick up on if I really and truly want that. And I told myself that I'm a well sought after hairstylist. I know what I'm doing. And when I went on the salon floor, nobody could tell me that I don't know how to do hair. I was doing stuff that I did not know I could do. Working with Marcel irons, all of that stuff. I just didn't know I could do it, but I was just doing it. And I think that's kind of what it is. Just like when you have the inner knowing of doing something, where did it come from? Like, who taught you that stuff? Like, it came from somewhere. Even art, when people are holding on to stuff like their art, like, oh, I created this thing in my mind and this person took it over. No, it came from somewhere, and we're all connected. And sometimes people already did work throughout their lifetime, which contributed to your time now, and you're experiencing it. And if you know exactly like what source is, then you kind of won't mourn death. You won't.
Yeah.
Because it will kind of simplify death for you and loss. Even how I viewed my kids when I said my kids chose to stay with me, it's kind of how I had to picture it. Like, they came here on their journey. And if they said before they came here, I don't want to experience a life with my mother, that's the pain or the wound I want to experience in this lifetime while I'm on earth as a soul, I cannot argue with that. That's not for me to control.
Yeah.
The same if someone passed away, they just said up until a certain point, I just don't want to suffer anymore. I'd rather go. You cannot argue with that or control it. But if you release that control that we tend to want to have, then it kind of makes not losing stuff better, but yeah, pretty much, for lack of better words.
For lack of better words. Gotcha. No, it makes sense. I like that. I think this is a deep question. I wanted to ask you that, and nobody else tried to join. I wanted to get some other perspectives too, because once we start talking about life and death, it's very, very beautiful to see all the different perspectives that we have, right? One of the ways that I look at death, right? Even this question, at what point does death become as natural as life? Well, the truth is that death is as natural as life, right? The transition of the physical death, the decaying of the physical body is part of the agreement that we all signed when we decided to come down here, is that there is a physical transition. Now, is there a death? No, you don't die. Huh? Now, also, when we talk about like higher selves and ancestors and things like this, right? One of the very interesting things to come into the realization of on this journey is this, right? What do you call ancestors? Any of y'all, right? Do you believe that your ancestors are tied to you through DNA? Do you think they're tied to you based on the lives that you've lived, past lives, future lives that are all happening right now? All right. Do you believe that every time that you have incarnated here, you have always been the same ethnicity that you are right now? What does an ancestor mean? Who are you tied to? What is your spirit guide? What is your soul family? Who are these entities, these beings, right? So once we start asking those questions, we'll see, okay, well, now let's go a little bit deeper. Everything is within me. The kingdom is within me. I am already everything and everybody right now. There's no out there. Even when we talk about outer space, there's no space out there. There is no earth. Let's go a little bit deeper. There is no outer space. There is no earth. There is just your awareness of it. Everything exists within your awareness. The universe exists within your awareness, within your consciousness. Therefore, everything is you right now. So I would ask the question again, what is your soul family? Who are your ancestors? It's everyone. Right? So even when we talk about accessing certain skills, where are you getting them from? Are you getting them from somebody in your lineage, in your DNA? What if you incarnate as a different race, different gender, right? Do you receive those insights as well? Well, the truth is, yes, everything is within you. It's all within you. You can receive divine guidance from whoever. It's another beautiful thing, right? As y'all know, I had a woman that I was very close to who transitioned. Okay? So when we talk about that, right, the transitioning, and you talk about that physical transitioning, if you've ever experienced the loss or the transition of somebody that's close to you, you could still dream about them years afterwards, right? And they could show up and they can give you advice on a situation you're going through right now. How? How is that? How is that possible, right? Because whatever you believe happens after death, let's say that you believe in reincarnation, let's say that you believe in the heaven and the hell, whatever the case may be, right? This person still has access, or you, let me not say this person has access to you, nobody has access to you. You still have access to this individual that was meaningful in your life, okay? So we all have this quote unquote higher self, this higher self within our awareness. And what that higher self is, it is just a collection of everything. Every life that you've lived, past, future, it's just you. It's just you with the knowledge of everything, right? So right now, anyone, let's say that you transition, let's say that I transition or somebody close to me transitions, right, tomorrow. What will actually happen is anybody who's ever had contact with them, they're still connected to them, right? So let's say that I call on, I lose a loved one and I begin to ask them for guidance, ask them for help. They can still show up. Well, number one, because everything out there is already within me. But number two is because they've transitioned, right? The moment that I physically transition, all of the information that I've accumulated is still with my higher self. And that higher self is still connected to every single person that I've dealt with, right? And that higher self can still, because it is me as well, because that higher self, that other person is me as well, I can still call upon that person and get information on whatever I'm going through. So when I'm saying things like, death is an illusion, there is no loss. This is what I mean. There truly is. You never lose access to anyone. Then even if we think about it on a physical level, right? Where, okay, now someone is transitioning in my life. Okay, well, how do I honor them? How do I hold on to their memories? How do I make sure that I'm the person that is upholding or is walking through life in a way that would actually make them proud? All of these things play into consideration. So do people truly ever leave? Everybody who ever knew you, okay, when you pass will carry a piece of you moving forward. And then all of those people, when they pass, people will carry pieces of them moving forward. And then when they pass, people will carry pieces of them moving forward. We are all intimately connected, whether we want to think about that from a physical perspective or from a metaphysical perspective, right? There is no death. There is only connection. There's only unity. There is only one.
And I have a question for the person who asked the question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm using a question to answer a question. If you used to see this certain person around you, you've been friends, you all are good, chopping it up all the time, kiki, good moment, and you yourself evolved to a different version of you, and then automatically that relationship does not serve you anymore. And you say to yourself, I wish this person away. Like, every time they come around me, I just fall back into old patterns, and the relationship is just not working out the way it should. And I just think I want to go with my evolved self and just be done with this relationship. And then the person senses that and doesn't really come around you anymore, or you tell them, I don't want you around anymore. and you've never seen that person in your entire life again. They are dead. They are dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they are. You've evolved as a person. They no longer serve the reality that you live in right now. And so they cannot show up no matter what.
Yeah.
No matter what, because you want that. It's the same when a person wants to go because they've done all that they could do. It's their soul contract, if you want to put it that way. They just want to go and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Or if you want to ask about your old selves too, like your old self dies every time you evolve and you just don't do things you used to do anymore. That person is in the past. They are also dead. It's a loss. Like you are no longer experiencing that version of yourself right now. So I look at death in like so many different perspectives. Mainly because I'm an Aquarius and I like to strategically detach from things. And I know I have people dear to me that I will lose one day because death is inevitable. I had to look at death closely to make sure that I understand it, and I've understood it in so many ways.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, Alex. Yes, death and life, they go hand in hand, pretty much.
Beautiful. All right, I'm about to go in. All right, so I agree with you. I'm about to expand on that, and then we got 2 extra questions. So the first one is to answer your question, to answer her question, which is your question. If everyone is me, then what is there to grow apart from? Yes, we getting profound with it. All right, so let's answer that one. And then the next, to answer a question, if everyone is me, then what is there to grow apart from?
Everyone is you. What is there to grow apart from?
Yeah.
Like, do you think you can meet every single person on Earth right now? Like, do you think you can actually physically experience them? Is that what they're trying to say?
Nah, I don't think that's what, no, that's not what they're trying to say. I think they're
That's
making
what I want to say.
it's a more, I think, go ahead.
It's okay. Sorry, I can't. When I'm not muted, I cannot hear you. So go ahead.
Okay, cool. So, number one is, okay, if everyone is me, then what is there to grow apart from? If I see something I don't like, then the problem is not with them. Right. We get into the meat and potatoes. One of the interesting things is even when, let's say that I'm a person, right? To kind of expand on this beautiful point. Let's say that I'm a person that says, why don't you care about me? How come you are not showing me that you care about me? Is there really a problem with that person not caring about me? No, the problem is my lack. The lack that I see within myself, needing something outside of me to validate who I am. All right, that's point number one. Now, when we get to this next question, all right, when we manifest pain away or when we manifest well-being, at what point does being one with everything and everyone, or with being one with everything and everything being possible, healing included, become not the way? I would answer that plainly. I would say when it involves sabotaging and not honoring your own emotions, right? So your emotions are purposeful. They're trying to guide you into a deeper understanding of yourself. Whether it's pain, whether it's joy, excitement, right? There's some emotions that we can just enjoy and be like, oh yeah, cool, happiness. But other things, sadness, despair, anxiety. I've talked to a lot of y'all and it's, oh, how do I get over this? Well, what is that anxiety even trying to tell you? Because by me just trying to move past the anxiety or the pain, whether it's through losing someone, through the physical transition or a breakup, right? So, I mean, like you said, right? Even going through a physical breakup is experiencing a death. You believe that you are mourning just this person that you lost, but what you're also mourning is there was a version of you that was created when y'all were together. And this version of you saw the rest of your life, or it saw an indefinite amount of time with that person. So you're not just losing the idea of this person or a version of this person. You are also mourning the version of you that felt this way, that wanted this thing to expand. So it's more than just you're trying to mourn somebody outside of you. You're mourning yourself as well. So there's always this process. Now, if I'm mourning myself, if I'm going through that pain and I don't truly honor myself and allow myself to mourn me, to mourn this person, to mourn the past, to say, okay, what is this pain? How can I honor this pain? How can I show up for myself through this pain? Well, if I don't fully show up for myself in that moment, when I go through pain and I'm with somebody, can I allow them to show up fully for me? Could I even open up to give them the space to do so? Could I show up for them? Maybe, maybe not. But I would say it might make it more difficult for you to do it, right? So we always have this choice. Your pain is not meaningless. Your pain is the perfect unfolding right now of who you are. It is simply our unacceptance to view our pain as perfect, which is forcing us to try to run away from it. This is that demon that we talk about, right? When we talk about the demons or the devil or Satan, metaphysically, Satan and a third of the angels being cast out of heaven. What we're talking about is our negative emotions that we try to cast out of ourselves. How can I just get over this? How can I instantly heal? How can I instantly feel better? All of that is bypassing, right? Just by doing that, I'm casting these emotions away and I'm saying that they're not perfect. The version of me that feels this pain, feels this anger, feels this grief is not perfect. And remember, where a part of God is, all of God is there. So a part of God, all of God, right? Because you are the perfect part of you, that version of you that is mourning, that feels sadness, grief, all of God is there. So you denying that piece of you and saying it's imperfect and trying to bypass it, how do I get over it, is denying all of God. You're denying all of God. So we often think that by bypassing something, we can get to more of God. But just by bypassing that one thing and suppressing it, I'm not honoring God. I'm not seeing myself as perfect and therefore allowing other situations to unfold. This is what it means when we say what you resist persists. By me trying to suppress or run away from something out there, whether it's my pain, whether it's whatever, I am just affirming. I'm affirming that I'm scared of it. I'm affirming I'm creating more of this in my life by running from it because I'm not accepting it as something that is a real experience. And anything that I try to run from continues to show up in my reality stronger and stronger and stronger and say, hey, look at me. Right? The way is to honor these things. It's to honor your emotions, your feelings, allow them to flow, feel them, and figure out, okay, what is this trying to call me towards within my own self? That makes sense, Joe?
Yeah, it does. Because whatever you suppress, it kind of shows up in a different way too.
Yeah.
Like, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So I look at it like that, wherein if you're supposed to feel or experience that mourning and you suppress it, it shows up in different ways. And that's why some people have addictions they cannot explain. And it's a part of you that did not heal or chose not to heal. You just want to do away with it. You want to be happy all the time. I used to be like that. And the minute I had to sit in my grief, I was like, this is hell, this is suffering. But really and truly, like, just paying attention to it, kind of like, it gives you so much strength and power when you come out of it, because you kind of feel untouchable in a way. Like, things don't faze you anymore. You're not so sensitive, and things don't easily bring you down. Like, I just think every aspect of life is beautiful, even the ones we label as bad. And that's why I believe there is no such thing as something good or something bad. Like, it's all the same, pretty much.
No, that makes sense. So I get it. So even that, my question is not concerning mourning. I understand that there is no death. I understand that loss is too great of a word. So maybe, no, you didn't word it incorrectly. I think I just went on and started rambling to make a different point. But I understand what you're saying, right? At what point does being one with everything and everything become and everything being possible, healing included, become not the way. I would say when it leads you away from honoring what you're feeling in that moment. When you're just trying to get over a certain feeling, just to get to something different. Or in the process of, okay, I have to feel better so I can create different. I need to just get by this without utilizing this to get a deeper understanding of myself. Right? Whenever we get to that point, then it's an issue. Right? All right. Anything else you want to share, Ron?
How's your transition going? Moving and all.
Oh, it's good. I'm good. I'm done with the moving. So I was moved pretty quickly. I was pretty much done with it on the day that I started it. I hate moving, and I don't travel heavy. Like, I took my primary things and like my computer and a lot of stuff I just got rid of. So I don't keep a lot of stuff. I move very, very light, very, very light.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask you because I have to move this week. I have to move by the 1st.
Yeah.
And I have not done anything at all. Like, absolutely nothing. I haven't even found a storage unit. And I was telling my mom that even the kids like bikes and I'm just planning to give away. And my mom's usually not this positive, but I think I'm rubbing off on her.
Yeah.
So she's like, oh, if you have to just leave them behind, it's fine. And I was just thinking about it like, yeah, I can receive more stuff for the kids or buy more stuff. So I'm not going to put myself through any stress to keep anything.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Money.
that's all I have going on with me right now.
Yeah. Well, sure. Best of luck. You don't need luck. You have source, right? But still, best of luck in the move, man. It'll all go fine, right? Whatever decision you make with what to do with your stuff, leave it behind, get rid of it, sell it, whatever the case may be, will always be the perfect decision.
I believe that too. I always make the right choices.
Absolutely.
All right, take care.
Appreciate it. You as well. Thank you.
You have to pick me out.
I got you.
I know you don't want me to go.
Right. My bad. Guess you just stuck here. All right, y'all. Today, ain't gonna lie, I'm a little sleepy. All right, so, matter of fact, I'll do one more person. I'll do one more. We'll do one more. Okay. Ooh. What's up?
Hi, thank you for selecting me.
How you doing, man?
This is my first time on your live, so I'm excited to be here. It's been honestly great listening to everybody share their stories, which inspired me to want to share mine.
Love it.
So I'll keep it brief. I think the thing that I'm mostly struggling with is I'm finding that things are happening fast. Like, I get the whole source thing. I get that I'm the decider or the decision maker in my life. I think it's more so when I'm facing. Sorry, I just ran up the stairs. So when I'm in person with, like, when I'm facing what I asked for or what I've placed into my life, it's that little character, the thinker, the whatever, the I, that I feel like is sabotaging me because, like, I know what to do at home behind closed doors, but as soon as I'm in front of somebody, I'm like, oh man, I just kind of start saying things that I end up having regret over.
Okay.
So what did you do to be able to, like, like I get the whole like you're the observer, you're the awareness, but it's like that little pesky voice in the background. Like, how did you just shut that down?
Who says I shut it down? Who says I shut it down? I think the better question is, why do you believe that voice has power?
Because I feel like it takes over. Like
Okay.
it's like, let's say for example, like SB, right? So if SB is in front of me, okay, so we did the groundwork. They're texting, they're showing interest. They're like, let's meet up. We meet up, and then as I'm sitting there, let's say he just says one thing off, and then here I go on attack mode.
Okay.
And I know that's not even me because I've worked so hard on recognizing myself, but then it's like I'm getting triggered in person,
Okay.
and then I'm reacting off that trigger.
All right. Well, okay. That's fine. I would let's really get into the story that you're telling. Why do you believe that is a problem? Do you believe that you have to act a certain way to get what you want?
I think it's not that I have to act a certain way. It's more so just me dealing with me.
Okay.
It's when you go home and you're like, I could have handled that better, and I really didn't need to say all that. So I think it's more so me versus me.
Okay. Well, all right. You're absolutely right. It is you versus you. But at the end of the day, you're simply just telling stories. Who is the one who has decided that because you have who is the one that has decided that because you have another story going on in your mind, that story has power and it's taking you out of alignment? Who is the one that is saying that, oh, because I reacted this way, something might be off? Who is the one that goes back home and then tells other story? Who is the one that's doing that? It always comes down to the story that you're telling in whatever situation that you're going in or going through. Do you truly believe that right now you are the person that is in alignment with what you want, whether it's with your SP, whether it's anything else in your life? Or do you believe that you have to go through life and prove that you're in alignment by shutting down this voice in your head and acting a certain way when you're in front of SP to actually get them to conform to what you want?
Okay, so I get what you're saying.
Uh-huh.
So I am, like, the character is still taking over because I go home and I'm still questioning myself. I make a decision and I'm questioning that decision. So I'm not really being me. I'm being what I think is going to get me what I want.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I don't get what I want, I get upset with myself.
But that's first of all, how would you know what you want? And then second of all, how can you try? Okay, when you say that's not me being me, right? I'm being something to get what I want. Okay. Who is this? Describe to me right now the version of you that gets what you want, that has what you want.
The version is chill. I think one of the ladies said it earlier. It's like being your younger self, where you're free, where you're around company and you're just having fun being around them. You're having a conversation and you're having a good time.
Okay.
And then whoever I am pretending to be in that moment is analyzing is analyzing the situation and going home and then thinking about how it could have been. But the me that I would rather be is just someone that, like, I can just enjoy the moment and not have any outcome attached to it.
Okay. So even that, right, you have to make the decision beforehand. So I get what you're saying, that you believe that it's this chill person right now. Or it's this chill version of you that would actually be in alignment, that would get what you want. But where I really want to push you is to the knowing right now that you are made in the perfect image of Source. You are Source. You are God. You could not be out of alignment. You could not be the person that does not create the reality they wanted, even if you tried. You can't be out of alignment. You simply are. Now, even when you walk through life, let's say that right now you are in perfect alignment, and then you get into the situation and you believe that you are acting a certain way, right? Even that is just a story that you're telling to prove to yourself that for some reason you're out of alignment. but you're not out of alignment. You're just telling a story of being out of alignment, which is stopping you from getting what you want. The truth is that it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter if you get into this situation and you feel like you're being a different person. That's just you being yourself in that moment. You're attaching a story to it that is pulling you out of your alignment. You've never been out of alignment. You're always in perfect alignment. The only thing that is showing you differently is that you're telling a story, and reality is saying, okay, we'll give you what story you're telling.
Oh, so everything was fine to begin with until I started poking holes in it.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Clicking. Okay.
You
Okay.
are. When we talk about authenticity being the highest vibration, what does that actually mean? That simply means the acceptance of you. That's all it means. It doesn't, like when people think of authenticity, they think of, oh, I have to be more like some other version of me. No, authenticity just means a radical acceptance of yourself. It's the acceptance that it does not matter what I do. It doesn't matter if I'm trying. It doesn't matter if I'm chilling. It doesn't matter if today I'm more hyper. It doesn't matter if today I'm more playful. Today I'm more frustrated. It's radical acceptance that no matter what I do, I am that person in perfect alignment. Now from that place, I create whatever I want. Go to that primary knowing. It doesn't matter how I show up. I just have to know that I am the perfect version of myself no matter what. Therefore, everything can be added to me. So when you step to this, to whoever, to your SP, from the knowing that you cannot mess up, every step that you take is perfect because you are perfect, because you're made in the perfect image of source. Now the results can show up because you're not making it conditional. You thinking that you have to act a certain way to get it makes it conditional. It's really just affirming I'm not that person, so I have to pretend to be something else to get something.
Okay. So when the texts get a little quiet and they get a little dry, that's obviously an external thing, and you know, me just using it to prove a point of things didn't go well because look, now he's not calling as often, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But it all started because I doubted myself, and then my phone, of course, had to prove it to me so that I could continue with that narrative.
Or is that just or could you just change that story of what it means? Literally, when I see nothing moving or it's silent, that's just my proof that it's done. Like nothing else needs to be done, right? You can make a story of anything. You can make a story of, you know what I'm saying, SP sitting around and being nervous of if you're going to accept them or not. Right? Because that's how much they want to be with you. You can make that story whatever you want. You get to choose, right? It's like going back to that old question is, if you did not have any memory of your SP, who would they be? They would be meaningless. The only reason that you believe the things that you believe about them now is because you're telling a story about them based on a past that you perceive as real. There's whatever situation that you're in. Whatever situation with the phone, or whatever situation with your phone getting quiet, or whatever, it is just you telling a story about it because there's only awareness. There's only consciousness. Reality is just a bunch of stories that you're telling. Why not make that story actually in alignment with what you want?
I hear you. I definitely hear you. Acceptance has always been the key, and you really got this through my head now. I think it was more like accept what you want, but I didn't factor in accept yourself first.
Yes.
And I think I was really missing that because I wasn't accepting me for who I was. It's clicking. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
Helped me so much.
Absolutely, right? Yeah, I think that's an important lesson for all of us. It's whenever I can say I have it. I can say, okay, this is the thing and I have that thing. All right. Now that thing, I'm still going to believe it's attached to a version of me. Now, if I'm fluctuating and be like, oh, I have to act this way, and I'm questioning if I'm even in the alignment with that thing because of this person, I'm always off. But the moment I just go to the core, the truth is that I am that person no matter what, because I simply am, because I exist. God chose me because my heart is still beating right now. I exist, so I am. Well, from that knowing, this is natural. This is just a natural byproduct. Having it is a natural byproduct of being, right? Instead of making it alignment with knowing what I want, make it alignment with knowing that I simply am everything that I desire to be right now. Simplify the process. And from that point, everything can be added to you.
It's crazy that you said that because I just right before you added me, I wrote down simplify the process. Like that's exactly what I wrote. And here you are telling me. I don't know if we're in sync, but
Look
I'm
at
feeling
that.
it.
It's divine confirmation right there. It's divine confirmation.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I appreciate this conversation. And I can't wait to hear the success story either.
Oh, I'm excited. Let me follow you right now. I don't know, I was scrolling and then I got you and you've just been life changing. So thank you for all you're doing. You're saving lives, honestly. So thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank y'all. All right, y'all. We're gonna end this on a good note. I appreciate y'all. Okay, love all y'all. Remember, we're all in this together. You deserve the life that you desire, right? The only thing that's keeping us from living the life that we desire is our refusal to accept the fact it's already yours. This is where the work is. It is just accepting that right now you're perfect. What if I don't feel perfect, Alex? Doesn't matter, you're perfect. What if I don't want to be perfect, Alex? Doesn't matter, you're perfect anyway. It is the radical acceptance that no matter what I do, no matter what I feel, I am in the perfect image. I am the perfect image of the divine. Right? You are the identity of Source. You are the temple of the Most High. Do you not know that you are the temple of the Most High? Meaning, God is within you. How could you not be perfect? How could you not be perfect? Stop trying to be in alignment with some desire. Stop. You don't have to be. Just go to the truth. Cut through that nonsense. I am perfect because I am Source. Point blank, period. Boom. Don't try. No. Stop trying to be in alignment and know that because you are perfect, because you're made in the perfect image of Source, you have no choice but to be in alignment. Your life is in alignment. Because you breathe, because your heart beats, you are in alignment. Because Source chose you, your life is a walking testament of Source always showing up for you. That's it. That's it. You don't have to sit around and hyper focus on the end. You don't have to detach from the end. You don't have to do anything. You just have to know that you are it and everything will be added to you. It's it. The answer is always yes. Okay? The answer is always yes. Appreciate y'all. Okay? Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful evening. And then even to answer that detachment question, the detachment is not about the end. Want what you want. Doubt what you want. Fear what you want. All you have to do is accept that it is yours anyway. Remember, I am Source is above your feelings. It's above your gratitude. God is above your belief in God. God doesn't need your belief in him or it or her. Source just needs your acceptance that you are that person. Okay? And from that acceptance, drop your idea of what the middle should look like. Judge everything as perfect. So when we say detach, I'm not saying detach like don't give a damn. I'm saying detach meaning if you think that this looks negative, say it's positive. If you think there's no movement, say, oh, there's no movement because it's all done. It's going to show up today. It's done. Of course there's no movement because it can't move anymore. It's done. If you see perfect movement, then it is perfect. You decide, right? It's detaching from your desire to judge because from a human perspective, you can't judge anything right anyway. That's why so many of y'all keep picking the wrong men and women because you can't judge right from a third dimensional perspective anyway, right? Simply make the decision that it's all unfolding perfectly for you right now, no matter what it looks like, no matter how I feel. I am that I am no matter what. Okay? Cool. Love y'all. Y'all have a beautiful, beautiful evening. And we'll talk again tomorrow. All right? Peace.